Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, thank you. Morning, everybody. Morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. I hope you all... Well, I was going to say I hope you all had a pleasant weekend, but I know that there are some who didn't. My condolences to you all, to those of you who suffered losses of family and so on over the weekend. We're going to start this morning a little unusually. There's a letter published in the Gleaner yesterday that I want to have read to you. It was on the op-ed page, of the Gleaner. Is it? Or on the editorial page?
Opinion page A9.
Okay. And it is written by a Jamaican woman who is a lawyer, and she lives in Barbados and has lived there since 1974. That would be 33 years, right? I think she's also married to a Barbadian. Okay, here's the letter.
This week's guest column is from a Jamaican resident in Barbados, writing in reaction to a local letter expressing doubts about the prospects of free education here. Beverly J. Waldron describes the extent and impact of free education in her adopted home in the Southern Caribbean in the following terms. Please allow me to respond to the letter of Xavier Allen, one of your readers, in which he mocked the dream of another of your correspondents that Jamaica should institute free education for its children. He speaks about the expense of it and asks how Mr. Golding expects to implement it. I am a Jamaican, but I have not resided in Jamaica since 1974. I wish to make it clear that I have no interest in electoral politics in Jamaica. I would have understood Mr. Xavier Allen's point of view had I not had the opportunity to reside in Barbados since 1974. Upon arriving, I was stunned by the fact that that country was providing free primary, secondary, and tertiary education for its citizens.
Wait, hold on a bit. Free primary, secondary, and tertiary education for its citizens 33 years ago. Right? That's what she said?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it started then. It must have been in 2004.
When she came there, when she went there, she found that was the case, and she went there 33 years ago.
I had the temerity to ask Prime Minister Errol Barrow how Barbados could afford to educate all of its children in that manner. He did not respond to me immediately, although I was speaking to him in his living room. And it was only after I got to know him much better that I realized how much he had been angered by the question. When I was leaving his home that evening, he quietly told me that the question ought not to have been how Barbados could afford to do it, but rather I should have asked myself what self-respecting country would not decide that it owed to its citizens an education and proper health care at a minimum. He further explained that I was talking about expense, whereas it was the most solid investment that any country could make, as it was the one that would keep on giving back to the country. In Barbados, Both parties are fully agreed that development is not mainly about roads or tall buildings or about expensive cars, although Barbados has those too. But that development is about developing people. And I should invite Jamaicans to visit Barbados to see the difference and that educating one's population can make. Everyone in Barbados has a chance to make something of himself or herself. It matters not who your parents are or what they have or do not have. One is required simply. Send your child to school. Both parties are agreed that there should be no discrimination between rich children and poor children. All children are entitled to be provided with all textbooks for a small yearly rental fee of $80. It results in a much more peaceful country where I can sit outside on my veranda at all times of the evening without a fear. It results in citizens who have the ability to think and be creative and who can read and understand instructions. It results in a country where most things work and where most people have hope. Not all children make the best use of their education, but many do. Barbadians, once they enter the University of the West Indies, have their tuition paid by the government on whatever campus they may be, and the children who obtain 3 or 4 A levels or CAPE at grade A are awarded a Barbados scholarship. They may go to any university in the world.
Any university in the world.
They may go to any university in the world which will accept them, and the Barbados government will pay the tuition fees and supply a further stipend. That accounts for several children from poor families being able to attend the very best universities in Canada, England, and the United States of America. Waterloo, Toronto, McGill, Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, University of Pennsylvania, University of Heriot-Watt, you name it, where they can gain exposure and compete with the world's best and brightest. One year the government was so distressed to learn that only 7 children qualified to be granted a Barbados scholarship that it launched an inquiry into the matter. Jamaica will not do much better until it has tapped its human capital, and I believe that it has wasted this most precious resource over the years. The children of the poor have just as much chance at being brilliant and contributing to a country as the children of persons who are financially better off. Many of Barbados' top professionals, architects, engineers, lawyers, actors, etc., are from poor families that are proud to have achieved. Jamaica for far too long has had the kind of selection process based on wealth, which excludes many children from access to the kind of education that would allow them to make the most of their talent. I picture my beloved Jamaica as being like an out-of-gas bus, carrying persons too few of whom have the energy to push it uphill, and is burdened by too many more persons who are incapacitated and so are unable to help it along the way. I urge us all to come to the realization that without proper education of all of its citizens, which will give them hope and the means to earn a legitimate living, our future will be dark indeed in a world where education is the surest means of propelling any country forward. It is time to make the necessary investment in our people and to stop talking foolishness about the expense of it. Ignorance is far more expensive and costly to the national good.
Ignorance is far more expensive and costly than education.
And it's by Beverly Waldron.
Beverly Bolton.
Waldron.
Jamaican. She lives in Barbados. Has been living there for the past 33 years. And when she went there, she found this situation in Barbados. Right? And she asked the Prime Minister the then Prime Minister of Jamaica, of Barbados, I beg your pardon. She asked the then Prime Minister of Barbados one evening in his living room, how did Barbados manage to afford providing such educational opportunities for its people? And he resented the question. He told her that the question she could have asked, should have been asking, was which self-respecting people, which self-respecting country could afford not to provide such opportunities for its people. 33 years later, here in Jamaica, we are asking the question that stirred resentment in the Barbados Prime Minister 33 years ago. We are asking the question today in Jamaica, how can Jamaica afford to provide free education for its children? The question is, how can it afford not to? The lack of education for educational opportunities for our children is costing this country, whether you realize it or not, one hell of a lot more than it would have cost to educate them. It is costing more in terms of crime, in terms of the hopelessness and frustration that leads to crime. It is costing more in terms of the failure to generate economic development and to attract investment into the country. It is costing more in terms of the production that is lost to the country, the wealth that is lost to Jamaica as a result of the failure to develop the potential of our young people. And more besides. More besides. We take a break. We'll come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Judicial give me real value. $8 Judicial to Judicial rate.
3 Judicial points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Judicial is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal.
Them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
I'm number one.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're
listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, Air Jamaica. There's a story in the Gleaner this morning. Virgin best for Jamaica. And it is in inverted commas. And the reference, of course, is to the sale of Air Jamaica's routes to London, and landing rights and so on in London at Heathrow Airport to Virgin Airlines. We have been hearing about this for some time. We haven't heard anything out of the government regarding it. In fact, the impression that has been created by some of the government spinners is that there is no, I don't know, I got the impression from hearing one particular person that there really wasn't any truth, certainly that the matter had not been decided and so on. The very little information has come out to the Jamaican people from the Jamaican government on this matter, right? Put it that way. This story in the Gleaner this morning is coming from Sir Richard Branson, who is the founder and I think Chief Executive Officer of Virgin Airlines. He's the one who is telling us how much interest to Jamaica, how much value to Jamaica is this transaction with Virgin Airlines. As somebody pointed out to me, British Airways was competing for the transaction. They wanted to buy the routes and so on. And from the viewpoint of Jamaica, it might well have been better to have sold the routes to British Airways. Because British Airways not only flies out of Britain, but has flights into and out of continental Europe. But the real issue, and the people in the tourism industry are very concerned about what is going on. The real issue is what the devil. We need an explanation of what it is that is happening to Air Jamaica. Airlines all over the world are making money. I was saying the other day on this program about Singapore Airlines claiming to have increased its profit between this year and last year, I think, by 74%. Or I can't remember the exact time of it, but it's most recent accounts. 72%, I think. A huge amount of improvement. And they're going in for some new aircraft, which is going to be the largest aircraft in the world. Right? They're now changing out their fleet. And Air Jamaica has done nothing but lose money. All right, we have that thing on the Singapore Airlines. Okay, read it. Just go on there and read it for me.
Singapore Airlines profits soar. And this is October 2006.
2006.
October.
Uh-huh.
Singapore Airlines has reported a 50% jump in
60%.
50% in half-year profits after record revenues offset surging fuel costs. The state-controlled carrier earned 868 million Singapore dollars. That is 553 million I suppose US dollars,
yes,
between March and September. It had hoped to make the first commercial A380 flight this year, but delays at the Airbus means that it must wait until October 2007 at the earliest. Revenues rose from 9.9% to $7.3 billion, helped by the sale of planes, parts, and some of its offices. Singapore Airlines is the second largest airline in the world by market value.
Largest airline in the world
by market value.
Oh.
Behind U.S. carrier Southwest Airlines. Oh, and here's another one. Growth in carriage and yields for both passenger and cargo operations produced record revenue for Singapore Airlines Group at Singapore $13.341 million for the financial year ending March 31, 2006. So it's been making money every year.
Yes, but where did I get a 74%?
That was 72%. Another story, yes. That was a later story. I think you have that.
Okay, all right.
And this breaks down the passenger cargo.
So they're doing well. So it isn't that the airline industry in the world is in any great difficulty. What is happening with Air Jamaica? We need to have some kind of explanation of what it is that is happening that is causing this airline to lose so much money and so consistently. Do you remember at the time that the burden was lifted from Mr. Butch Stewart's shoulders? The debt was reckoned to be in the region of 54 billion Jamaican dollars. And my impression at the time was that didn't include everything. There are other things, other debts and deficits that were left out. But Air Jamaica cannot continue like this. It cannot continue to sell routes. If it can't make the London route profitable, what route is it going to make profitable? And, I mean, it is either that we're going to be able to run that airline and run it profitably, or we're going to get rid of it. One of the two. But the Jamaican, when people are asking how are we going to find the money to provide our children with free education, what of that huge amount of money that has of public resources that have gone into Air Jamaica, which has taken on the sort of proportions of a bottomless pit? I don't know. It seems to me absurd. We need to straighten out our business, and We are squandering resources left, right, center, all over the place. And then we want to know how can we provide free education? How can we provide free health care for our citizens? It does not make sense. We were on the subject of a letter published in the Gleaner yesterday. That letter from the lady in Barbados. There is another letter which I know has been sent to the Gleaner, and which the Gleaner has not published. I wonder why. The contents of the letter were published yesterday in the Herald. And they carried on their front page the headline, Judge in a Pickle. Judge in a pickle. And the story also mentions it seems to me as being in a similar pickle the Solicitor General of Jamaica, Mr. Michael Hilton, who was recently selected by the Prime Minister, so we were informed, to be the Chief Justice of Jamaica. Chief Justice of Jamaica. He withdrew from that opportunity. And I got the impression that his withdrawal came very, very shortly after the exposure of a lot of the information that was published there yesterday, which was contained in a document filed in the Miami court by lawyers for Mr. Paul Chen-Young. That document contained essentially the information that went to the Gleaner in that letter that it has not published. Will you hold on for a bit? I will be back shortly.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with widespread showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. Tuesday and Wednesday look for cloudy to overcast conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Thursday is expected to be partly cloudy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back.
Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger.
The double zinger sandwich. I got take some heating.
KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Okay. I was talking about this story carried yesterday in the Herald, which was, they said was in a document released to the media. That's not my understanding. I have a copy of a letter that was addressed to the Gleaner, which the Gleaner has not published, and it arose out of the the story that the Gleaner carried about the outcome of that case in Florida. The lawyers were trying to correct it and gave some other information about that had to do with the role of Judge Anderson, Mr. Justice Anderson, and the Solicitor General, Mr. Michael Hilton. Now, I heard this morning that the judge at the commencement of the case had called the lawyers for both parties into his chambers and asked them whether they would have any objections to his hearing the matter, given that he had been a member of the firm Myers Fletcher Gordon. He had been the Solicitor General, and that company had been handling the case against Shen Yong, or the case for the legal business of the parties that were involved in this case against Mr. Chen Yong, Dr. Chen Yong. It sounds a little odd, because and the question would be whether the lawyers had time to get in touch with Dr. Chen Yong, whether Dr. Chen Yong knew about this and had agreed to it. Right? Anyway, we hope to have some more about it. But the point to be made, Mr. Michael Hilton, we're told, is preparing a statement on the matter, which he proposes to release to the media today. And then thereafter, he'll be, we're told, willing to come on to one particular program that I heard this on this morning. I wonder whether he would come on to this one. But this matter is far too important a one to be dealt with on media like this. There needs to be a thoroughgoing inquiry into the matter, because it has to do with the fitness of a judge of the Court of Appeal to remain in his position, and likewise the fitness of a Solicitor General, Mr. Hilton, to remain in that position. Because if the allegations made in these documents, allegations which were presented to the court in Miami, and which from which it was argued that the courts in America, or certainly the court in Florida that was hearing this matter, should not take seriously or respect any judgments coming out of a Jamaican court, any decision coming out of Jamaican court. Now, this is a profoundly serious matter, right? And I don't think that we can just sit down and allow it to fade away like a 9-day wonder. It has to be properly investigated. And if the information, if the allegations made in these documents turns out to be correct, then it would seem to me that neither Mr. Anderson, Judge Anderson, or Mr. Justice Anderson, nor the Solicitor General, Mr. Hilton, can remain in those positions. Of course, if it turns out that the allegations are incorrect, well, that's another matter. No need for any public concern in the matter, right? But if these allegations can be proven, I don't think that Jamaica can just sit down and allow this to go on. And you know, another issue that it raises is the issue of the appointment of judges and other public officers. As things are in Jamaica, such appointments are made essentially behind the curtains. As happened recently, we heard that Mr. Hilton had been chosen. And then we heard that Mr. Hilton had resigned, had withdrawn. And then we heard that another judge had been chosen to be Chief Justice. Now, there is something very unsatisfactory about this, you know. Very unsatisfactory. The person who makes the choice is, of course, the Prime Minister. Right? And the Prime Minister makes the choice. He or she is supposed to have consultations with the leader of the opposition. But the voice of the leader in the opposition in this matter doesn't necessarily have any sway. Right? The Prime Minister determines who is to be appointed, and that appointment is formalized by the Governor General. Now, the story carried yesterday by the Herald, and which is documented in the case before the Shenyang case before the court in Miami. If that is suggesting that, well, hold on just a moment for me.
This is how I quenched my thirst. This is how I sustained my life with Mavita water. Purified drinking water and spring water. Mavita water. Quench your thirst intelligently. Bottled by Barker Caribbean Limited. The time by Barker Caribbean Limited is
10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. there is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with widespread showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. Tuesday and Wednesday look for cloudy to overcast conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Thursday is expected to be partly cloudy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Now, I was slipping into a bit of an error at the break. I was talking about the appointment of the Chief Justice, who is appointed by the Governor-General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. But, of course, Mr. Justice Anderson is not the Chief Justice. His appointment is different. It is not done by the Prime Minister. It is done by the Judicial Services Commission. But similarly, the Judicial Service Commission is largely determined, the membership of it largely determined by the Prime Minister. And the decision is similarly made in the quiet of the back room. We just hear that so-and-so has been chosen to be appointed a judge. Nobody knows, well, the public in general doesn't know on the basis of what qualifications this person and how suited this person is and what good reasons there may be for not wanting to see that person appointed. Now, in the United States, judges of the federal courts are appointed. The president does not have the power to make the appointment, right? He can recommend or nominate a person to be on, but that person is openly questioned before a Senate committee, and anybody who has evidence as to the unsuitability of that person is able to go and testify publicly before that committee. And on that basis, the committee and subsequently the Senate make a decision as to whether they are going to endorse the nomination of the president. That's how judges of the federal court are appointed in the United States. Right? And this, what is happening here, certainly brings up the question whether we can continue in the way that we are in relation to matters of such overwhelming importance, because the appointment of courts, of judges, is of profound importance to the well-being of the people of this country. And it's very interesting that it is happening at a time, all of this is going on at a time when we are talking about the inadequacies of the justice system, right? And inviting Canadians here to help us to solve it. I gather at a very substantial sum, something in the region of 75 million United States Canadian dollars. Very. 17, I don't know, that's not what I... Anyway, very substantial sum of money. Okay? We want to think about all this. Profoundly important. All right, we're going to have some further discussion on this matter, but let's take a call. Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
How are you?
I'm fine. I've been wanting to talk to you for all my life.
I beg your pardon?
I said I've been wanting to catch this program for a long time.
Your life couldn't have been all that long, then.
Yes, I
couldn't
have.
Be all that long.
I have called this morning, but you weren't there.
Uh-huh.
And I have a little problem. I hope you can assist me, Mr. Perkins.
Well, let's hear it.
I've been going over to Spanish Town by the birth certificate office for 12 days now, sir. I've paid them for 7 days, right? And at the 7 days, I had given them all the information, all the numbers I had. They didn't even call me to tell me that they weren't getting through. I kept going back. I lost the receipt. I went down there, and I paid them $100 for a cert. And what they did was change the date from the regular date to the date that I had paid them for last. And I'm saying, why we living in this country and we were born here and we were registered, why is it when we need to get something done that is of importance, why is it so hard?
Because, Mom, this is a matter much bigger than the RGD, right?
Yeah.
It has to do with how government sees itself and is seen by the people of this country, right?
Yeah.
Are they our masters, or are they there to serve us?
I don't think they're here to serve us at all.
The revenue department, not revenue department, the RGD, is doing no more than the central government is doing.
That's true.
It is charging you money, right?
Right.
And when you pay that money, expecting to get a service, and you keep going back and begging for years and years and years, or months and months and months, and running into years sometime.
You know what the funniest thing is, Mr. Perkins? What about the people that really don't have the money? Because I could have paid for 3 days.
Yes.
But I thought paying your money made the job done properly. So I went along with 7 days. What about the people that really don't have the money? They can't. You know, you're trying to say because they don't have the money, they don't deserve to get themselves some identification there. You can't even get a TRN without your birth certificate, Mr. Perkins. And it is so hard for you to keep 12 days now. And each time I call them, they don't move us no more faster than they are moving. A matter of fact, they don't even want to talk to you. They tell you they'll call you.
But you pay your taxes in Jamaica, right?
And I have a piece of land, them not stop kill me with taxes in Mr. Perkins.
And when you've paid the taxes, if you don't pay the taxes, they're coming at you, right?
They are.
And you're going to hear about charges and all this kind of thing that goes on top. And by the time if you miss it for a few days or weeks, you owe several times possibly what you had originally owed.
Of
and
course.
then when you have paid all of that, right?
Yes.
what do you get as a result of it? You don't get good roads to drive on.
No.
You don't get good schools to send your children to.
You don't get nothing.
Right? You don't get good health care. What do you get?
We don't get nothing.
You don't
Mr.
get
Perkins.
security.
And so much time
Right?
for us
If
to
your
stand
house
up
catch
right
fire,
now.
the fire brigade comes. If it comes, it doesn't have water, it doesn't have this or it doesn't have that. Right?
I'm telling you.
What are you paying for?
Nothing. What we want right now is a change in this country, and we want it so bad because I'm tired, Mr. Perkins.
Well, that is a paradigm on which the RGD is constructed, you see. That's why people are complaining so much.
For you to take my number, sir, and help me, please. I'm actually begging on live television.
Okay, all right. I'll ask somebody to take it for you. Hold on just a moment. Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I want to talk to you so long. Mr. Perkins, you hearing me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes. When I hear people talking about free education and medical, I have to wonder where they really living. If they really living in Jamaica.
Why?
Yeah?
Why?
Mr. Perkins, everybody know the amount. You see, NSWA, Mr. Perkins, I have a friend that is a supervisor there, and they're telling me a couple of years ago how they spend the money at NSWA. Mr. Perkins, that money alone could put children through school free for 1 year.
Yes.
The money that they spend for
I shouldn't be surprised because remember there was a $2 billion overrun some time ago.
Mr. Perkins, that money alone could put the money that gone on NSWA already could give children 10 years free education in Jamaica. And all the rest of them. So what people talking about free education? My daughter went to Immaculate, and my granddaughter went after her, and I never pay. I have a daughter went to St. Andrew High, granddaughter went to St. Andrew High, I never pay. From I coming up from I going to school, my children, some of my grandchildren, the elder grandchildren, that we never pay any money, Mr. Perkins. So what's happening now? Why we have to pay? I was surprised when I heard that children hospital you have to pay $500 per day. A children hospital.
Yes.
Even for a little baby, you have to be paying $500
That means if you're poor, your baby dead.
We can't continue like this, Mr. Perkins.
Yeah. Can't.
How we can go
Well,
like...
as of today...
What's happening to the people?
As of today, Mum, they say that it will be free to treat children, for children in the public hospitals. Free treatment, no money. But that is up to 18 years old.
Yeah, that is up to 18
And
years
if your 18th birthday was yesterday, well, you're in trouble today. You get sick today, you're going to have to pay.
You're in trouble today.
Eh?
I heard a letter that was read.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, what happened to us? How many countries, how many islands in the Caribbean doing this?
Yes.
How many of them?
You're absolutely right, Mom. Anyway, I have to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All the best to you.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Down. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11:01.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call for it?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we have online with us one of the lawyers who represented Mr. Paul Chen Young in that case in the United States. Hello, sir. Hello? Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
May I ask you your name, first of all?
It's John Schulte.
Schulte.
That's
yes.
correct.
I gathered that there was, yes, Mr. John Schulte. You were one of the lawyers, or a member of the firm of lawyers, and in fact one of the lawyers who represented Mr. Chen Young in that case.
That's correct, sir. We represented Dr. Chen Young in the United States in the proceedings in the Florida courts.
Uh-huh. And in the process of doing that, sir, you were very severely critical of the conduct in this matter of the Jamaican courts.
Well, sir, I'm not in Jamaica. I can't comment on what is going on in Jamaica. I can only look from it from our perspective and the perspective of the courts in the United States.
Yes.
And from there, we take the position that Dr. Chen Young has been denied due process by any stretch of the imagination in the proceedings in Jamaica.
And what was the problem that you had with the manner in which the court case was conducted in Jamaica?
Well, sir, in the case in Jamaica, the prosecutor, Mr. Michael Hilton, was partners with the judge, Judge Anderson, when they were both at the Myers-Fletcher firm.
Yes.
At the time they took on the case on behalf of the Jamaican government against Dr. Young, Dr. Chen Young. And so they both went on, Mr. Hilton went on to be Solicitor General, and Mr. Anderson went on to become a judge.
Yes.
And so it's sort of contrary to any notion of due process to be trying a case where the judge is your partner. The other side doesn't have much of a chance, I would think. It'd be like trying, having your brother, the judge, on someone else's case.
Uh-huh.
And it's just not done. And in the United States and in England, they've both held that such a situation that the judge has to disqualify himself. It's not a question of someone asking him to disqualify himself.
Uh-huh.
He must disqualify himself.
He must disqualify himself. And there was a ruling to that effect in the House of Lords in England.
Yes, it was in the,
not too long ago.
Case, the Pinochet case.
Yes.
In that case, they'd heard the appeal and they found out later that one of the justices, one of the lords on the Privy Council, his wife was in Amnesty International, and that they were one of the parties in the case.
Yes.
And they said, well, under those circumstances, he should...
Yes, in this case, the judge's wife was a member of Amnesty International.
That's correct.
No evidence that the judge himself was directly connected to Amnesty International.
Not at all.
No.
They didn't criticize the integrity of the judge.
Yes.
But they were saying that you just can't have that.
Yes.
I mean,
but let me ask you this. What you put forward these arguments to the court in Miami.
Well, we do this.
And you filed a document to this effect.
We have a case. We have what they did is what Mr. Hilton did was he brought the judgment to the court in Florida to execute on it.
He brought what?
He brought the judgment that was rendered in Jamaica.
Yes.
And filed it in Florida against Chen Young. So we filed, and they also got an injunction to freeze all of Dr. Chen Young's assets. The judge up here granted the injunction, but then when we came in, he was astounded to find out a number of things.
Hold on. Let me just clear this. The initial granting of the injunction was ex parte.
Ex parte. That means no one was in the room except the court and the judge.
Yes. And it was when you responded to the injunction that all this matter came to the attention of the court.
Absolutely.
Could I ask you this? You filed documents making claims about how the matter had been conducted in Jamaica and so on. Was there any attempt at a rebuttal?
Yes, absolutely. They probably, meaning the plaintiff, the prosecutor, probably filed 20 pounds worth of paper, maybe more. And they just sort of, they said it was inappropriate. They said that the fact that they brought up the Judge Anderson's bankruptcy, and said that even though he'd gone bankrupt, that the parties had agreed that wouldn't be a problem.
So are you saying that they admitted that he had been a bankrupt or was a bankrupt?
They filed papers. They were in response. They filed a paper. They filed a paper saying that, oh yes, he filed bankruptcy, but everybody knew that. And we said that wasn't our point. Our point was the fact that Mr. Hilton, as the Solicitor General, being a former partner of Judge Anderson, knew whether or not Judge Anderson revealed that to the Judicial Commission in Jamaica.
Yes.
We don't know whether he did or not, but if he didn't, then Mr. Hilton had a sort of an oppressive presence in front of the judge, I would think.
Well, first of all, sir, I don't think it is true that everybody knew that. And secondly, I wonder whether, had it been revealed to the Judicial Services Commission, that commission could have gone forward with that appointment, despite that handicap.
Well, I don't know what the law in Jamaica is, but in the United States we don't penalize bankrupts, but we certainly require disclosure.
Require what?
We require disclosure. We don't penalize bankrupts.
I see. So a lawyer can continue to practice law, although he was declared a bankrupt?
Well, yes and no. It's not a black and white issue. It's sort of a... It all depends on the circumstances. Yes, he could. Yeah, technically, because in this country we don't discriminate against debtors. But at the same time, when you apply to the bar association to become a lawyer, you must explain that, and you must. In many cases, they don't allow you, but sometimes they do. But as far as the Judicial Commission, I don't know what the standards are in Jamaica. And I don't know of anyone here in the United States who's ever applied to be a judge who had been declared bankrupt. So I'm not really the person to speak to that issue.
I'm hearing now, I heard on a program here this morning, that it is being said that the judge, when the case came before him, called the lawyers for both sides into his chambers and explained to them, spoke to them about the fact that he had been with Myers Fletcher Gordon, and Mr. Hilton was there too, and that they had, the firm had been handling the case, and asked whether they had any objections to him continuing in the matter. And they said no. They had none. Neither side had any problems with it.
I don't know whether they did or not, but even if they did, let's assume arguendo that they did. The law is that you cannot consent to it. You cannot waive it. It's not an election. The judge doesn't have the privilege of asking the parties whether they will proceed under those circumstances.
Yes.
House of Lords, federal law in the United States, and Florida law says he must disqualify himself, and that regardless of whether or not parties consent. I mean, that's sort of an unfair thing to do to a party. Do you consent? I mean, what is he going to do? I know he must disqualify himself in every other country that I know that has the common law and has a due process. So, no, I know. I would assume that, if that happened, I don't know that it did, but if it did, it makes no difference. In the Pinochet case, that was brought up.
Yes, I was just about to ask you whether that would not have been inconsistent with the ruling in the Pinochet case.
Yeah, in Pinochet, they said, one of the arguments was, the parties all knew this, they should have done something about it. And Lord Bronson said, absolutely not. It's not a question of election or waiver or consent.
But do you know whether your client, Dr. Chen Young, had any knowledge of this?
I don't know that he did. I don't know. I've never discussed. It's never been an issue in my case.
I see.
Because that's not, I wouldn't care whether he did or not.
May I ask you to hold on for a moment?
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denbigh, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build.
You're listening listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, we're back with you, Mr. Schulte. Hello? Have you seen a copy of a letter from a law firm saying how highly it thought of the judge and of the Solicitor General? Was such a...
Yes, they filed that. Mr. Hilton's counsel in Miami filed that in the proceedings.
It was filed in the proceedings in Miami?
That's correct.
Oh, filed by?
It was a letter by by Mr. Conrad George's firm, and it was very complimentary to the judge, and said that they had nothing, that they were not criticizing him or participating in any criticism of him because of any bankruptcy or his qualification because of the bankruptcy. I don't know whether, or I don't think it was signed by Mr. George. And I know for a fact that Dr. Chen Young did not ever authorize that letter.
Yes. Well, I have a copy of the letter.
That was done, yes.
I have what purports to be a copy of that letter. And it is not signed by any individual. It is signed, what purports to be the signature is the name of the firm.
That's sort of speaking in the editorial we. Sort of like the Vatican.
But you've seen this letter, I'm sure.
I have. It is part of the record in Miami.
Yes. And it was not signed by any lawyer of the firm.
No, but I tell you, that was before the judge here, and the judge threw everything out and said that the Jamaican government or whoever they had made material omission to him.
Oh.
And he said he found it highly unlikely that they would prevail against Dr. Chen Young.
In the court in Jamaica, here in Jamaica.
No, yeah, he said this is in the United States.
Or in the United States.
The judge here has the letter in front of him.
Yes.
They filed it here, and they filed it with, and it's sort of a rebuttal. And he just said there were material omissions. And found it to be because they were not candid. What they're saying, they were not candid with the court, and so he threw it out. He threw the injunction out and told them that he thought it was highly unlikely. There was no substantial likelihood of success by the Eagle Bank, which was taken over by the Jamaican government.
Yes.
Dr. Chen Young. And on that letter, I looked at that letter, and Dr. Chen Young brought it. So we reviewed it, and Dr. Chen Young said, first of all, he said, I never authorized it to be written. Secondly, it's not the way I feel. And thirdly, we're not criticizing Judge Anderson for his unfortunate financial circumstance.
Yes.
Our criticism is whether or not he disclosed that to the Judicial Commission, and whether or not his partners in the Myers-Gordon firm, Fletcher-Gordon firm, knew what he disclosed or didn't disclose. And that's what the issue is, I think, on that think. I just don't. I don't think he could. You have to be able to be completely unbiased. There can't be any bias at all. And if somebody knows something about you, you're the judge, and somebody knows something about you that others don't.
That person can, hypothetically, can put pressure on you.
Just by being there.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes in a courtroom, you'll have someone on the stand the other side, you bring a witness in, and you're not even going to put him on the stand, but you put him in the audience, and someone sees him there, and they said, oh, boy. If he testifies, he might not be good.
Uh-huh.
So, and that's what our point was. I mean, it was not ever to criticize Judge Anderson for his unfortunate financial circumstance.
Yes.
Whether or not it was a level playing field that Dr. Chen Young was being tried on, and we don't think it was because you can't have the person who represented the plaintiff try the case, and you can't have the person who you were a partner with in the firm try the case.
But at the time that the judge was at Myers Fletcher Gordon, did he have anything directly to do with this matter?
I don't have the slightest idea, but the rules say that it doesn't differentiate between levels of anything. It says as long as the judge was, the word is associated with the other lawyer.
Yes.
Did have, then that's you can be just an associate in a firm, not even a partner. You can be a consultant lawyer, a contract lawyer, any kind of lawyer. But you have some sort of association that bars you.
Right.
I don't think there's any way around it on that one. I just think that's. I don't know in Jamaica. I have a high respect for the Jamaican judiciary.
You do.
Do the right thing. Yes. And I think this is an aberration, and I think it should be. I think it will be dealt with. If not, it will certainly. We will challenge it in this country forever.
But tell me, you filed a document, haven't you, in which you're calling upon the court to say that it will not accept any determination, any decision of the Jamaican court arising out of this incident? Yes. Do I understand you incorrectly?
That's correct. We're taking the position that the judgment is void.
Yes.
It's just void.
No, but it seems to go beyond the mere voiding of a particular judgment, and to focus upon the quality of Jamaican jurisprudence, and to suggest that any decision of a Jamaican court should be suspect in the United States. Am I misunderstanding it?
Well, that's I don't think. I think in the past there's been an absolute total comity or recognition between the two countries.
Yes.
We recognize Jamaican judgments where due process has been assumed, and Jamaica recognizes U.S. And
so, are you arguing for a reversal of that, or?
Yeah, we're arguing for the point that you can't recognize this because one of the rules is that the court, what we call a foreign judgment. A court must recognize a foreign judgment unless, number one, the party did not receive due process. And our position is that Dr. Chen Young did not receive due process, and that therefore the judgment is not conclusive. It's not subject to. It can't be recognized. It's what we call collateral attack.
Yes.
And that's and pretty much along the lines of the Pinochet case.
Yes. So the position now is that the judgment, the interim, the granting of the injunction, that has been voided.
That has been dissolved.
Yes. And what is the position now as far as Dr. Chen Young and his assets in the United States are concerned?
Well, whatever his assets are here, they're not subject to any judgment from Jamaica unless it was recorded and recognized here.
Yes.
Hasn't been. It hasn't been. I think they would, and the judge pretty much said that he thought there was not a substantial likelihood that they would be able to prevail. Meeting the plaintiff for the Jamaican government.
Yes.
I mean, that was his holding. That's not my argument. That's what he held.
That is what the judge said.
That's what the judge said. The judge said that there were material omissions, and that having looked at the matter, he did not think that the plaintiff would ever be able to cannot show a substantial likelihood of success.
Uh-huh.
And you must have that.
Uh-huh.
In order to freeze any kind of junk assets or do any of that. It's all. We kind of wonder, what was the reason? I mean, this judgment was entered in June of 2006, or actually May of 2006.
Uh-huh.
What was the emergency a year later? Why did they come up and sort of hide in the weeds and go into court and not have a hearing and get an ex parte order? And I think all of those things bothered the judge.
Yes. Well, this seems very embarrassing to me. But do you know whether Dr. Chen Young proposes to appeal the judgment here in Jamaica?
He has it on appeal.
I beg your pardon?
It is on appeal.
It is on appeal.
Yes.
I see.
And the judge noted that in his ruling. He noted that Dr. Chen Young had the matter on appeal. In other words, he's directly attacking it. And I don't know. And I would assume that, knowing what we know now, I'm not telling his lawyers in Jamaica what to do, but it would appear to me that they may wish to move to set aside that judgment.
Uh-huh. But on the basis of the manner in which the matter was conducted.
The way it was conducted, the absence of due process, the fact that the judgment was void.
Yes.
The judge and the prosecutor or plaintiff's lawyer were one and the same.
But then if that document that you say was filed in the courts there in the United States, the letter from the lawyers,
yes,
complimenting the judge and the Solicitor General, then they would be not inclined to do that, would they?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that law firm is representing Dr. Chen Young.
I see.
But I'll tell you another point that we had an issue with, which was filed of record in the United States.
Uh-huh.
And that was that the judge wrote a letter to Mr. Hilton and his partners and his clients.
May I ask you to hold on for a moment, please?
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be cloudy with widespread showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. Tuesday and Wednesday look for cloudy to overcast conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Thursday is expected to be partly cloudy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Enter the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union's Be Smart Loan Bonanza and qualify for a chance to win prizes. From a minimum loan disbursement of $100,000, you qualify to win monthly prizes of $10,000 and $100,000 in the grand draw towards your loan payment. Visit any one of our branches in Mandeville, Christiana, or Porus to access your loan. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. Authorized by order under the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah? Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3? Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Schulte.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Yes, you were going on to read something when you had to take the break.
Let me see. Yes, the other issue, one of the other letters which was filed in the court file here in Florida by us in support of our objections, and sort of in reply to the letter about that the lawyers wrote. With the letter from the judge.
Yes.
It's written in February.
Oh, yes,
2006, I believe it was. And it was written to Mr. Hilton, the judge's former partner.
Yes.
And which he apologized to him for his delay in rendering a ruling. And begged, I think he said, I crave your indulgence. And please express my apologies to your other lawyers and I mentioned in the firm, and also to your client. Now, that was a very solicitous letter. I mean, I've been practicing law 40 years, and I've never seen a letter like it from a judge. Judges are usually pretty tough, and they don't write letters like that, particularly to one side. I mean, there was a copy to one of Dr. Chen Young's lawyers, or a lawyer for one of the other parties, but it seemed it was kind of strange. So we attached it to our papers to show evidence of.
You had this letter from the judge to Mr. Hilton?
Yes.
As one of your documents?
Absolutely.
Filed in the court?
Absolutely.
Oh, hell.
And as part of the evidence this is just the indication of bias.
Yes.
Against our client, Dr. Chen Young, and favoring the plaintiff, Mr. Hilton's client.
Uh-huh.
So, yes, of course we matched it, and I just that along with everything else, it's sort of like which one shows bias. I think all of them do, so it's just not a comfortable place.
Yes,
and we are going to continue our objection to any recognition to this judgment rendered by Judge Anderson in the United States, in Florida, or anywhere else in the United States. And I don't know whether or not I don't know what the plans of the Jamaican government or Mr. Hilton are with regard to it. They can appeal the judge's ruling here, but I don't. Whether they will or not, I don't know.
But they seem to have a formidable problem. The matter was heard in Jamaica. It is on appeal in Jamaica. How could they have expected the American courts to order the execution of a Jamaican judgment that was on appeal?
Well, it would have been unusual.
Eh?
It would have certainly been unusual, I'll tell you. Judges appear, and I'm sure there are judges in Jamaica who feel the same way, that, listen, until the judgment is final, it's not final.
Yes.
And as long as it's not final, it can't be executed on it.
Yes.
You should recognize it. It's not final. It's not conclusive.
Uh-huh.
And now what they've done is they've sort of opened a whole new area of concern.
Uh-huh.
And certainly with the courts up here, and what it's the courts in England and the United States and everywhere. We're constantly being criticized, and it has to be. Objectivity is so important. It cannot be any hint of bias.
Yes.
As soon as there's a hint of bias, the public will not have faith in the judiciary, and the judiciary is the very arm of the government which protects the people.
Absolutely, sir.
And it's inviolate, and you just cannot. We've all heard of what 19th century bossism was.
Yes.
Where you bought judges and put them in power, and people, that caused revolution in countries.
Yes.
We can't have that anywhere. And, that's why I think that it's shocking.
It's well, as described, it sounds awful. I'm very interested to hear what is going to come from the other side.
I haven't heard. There's been a deafening silence, but sometimes silence speaks volumes.
Yes, quite true. Well, sir, thank you very much. Let me ask you something. As far as the United States aspect of the matter is concerned, that is at a standstill.
That's right now. It would be up to the Jamaican government to do something.
Yes. You mean if the judgment in Jamaica would have to be finalized?
I would think so.
Yes.
And I think this judgment in Jamaica, it's on appeal.
Yes.
The direct appeal, and I think I don't know what Dr. Chen.
And of course it can go all the way to the Privy Council in London.
Yes, he would appeal it all. With the Pinochet case, I would recommend that.
Yes.
That he proceed, but I'm sure that the appellate courts in Jamaica are quite aware of the case.
Yes. And on the basis of these facts, they could get I don't know. As you say, I don't see how, unless there are some very strong answers to these allegations, how they could go beyond our own court of appeal.
No, and as I mentioned earlier, the courts have said this is something that you can't ask the parties to agree to or consent to.
Yes.
It's bad from the beginning. You can't do it. Because it's not just the parties who appear in front of the court. It's the public as well. And the public would lose confidence in their courts.
Yes.
If they felt that bias is okay.
That is the really frightening thing. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
All the very best to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, that letter from the lawyers. We have a copy of a letter from the lawyers law firm, which I gather was taken to the United States and filed up there, this copy, this letter. Read it for me, no?
It's this first one is to B. St. Michael Hilton, Solicitor General, and the address at Oxford Road. Dear Sir, Eagle Merchant Bank Limited et al. Versus Chen Yong et al. CL 1998/E-095 and Chen Yong et al. Versus Eagle Merchant Bank et al. Civil Appeal number 34 of 1007. Together, the Eagle litigation. Eagle Merchant Bank et al. Versus Chen Yong and Croskery, it must be, it says Crockery here, 207 HCV 01809. The quote, fixed date proceedings, unquote. We enclose a letter sent to Anderson J., the contents of which are self-explanatory. We wish you to know that we hold you in the highest esteem and countenance no attempt to question your integrity. Yours faithfully, shall I say the name? They have said...
it's a law firm that was supposed to be representing Mr. Chen Yong, right? And the letter is not signed by any person. It is signed with the name of the firm.
Mr. Conrad George just told me on the telephone that that firm often sends out letter like that.
Oh,
letters
so?
Like that, yes.
Is he willing to come on to talk about it?
No,
He's not willing to
speak to you,
come.
but he won't speak on air.
And is he denying that the letter...
No, it says it came from them.
He said it came from them?
Yes.
Oh, well.
The firm acknowledges that, because I explained to him the contents of the letter, and he said, yes, such a letter was sent.
Oh, interesting. Well, will you read I think we're just about on the break. Shall we take the break?
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Bonnet Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Bonnet Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we're going to have read now the letter from the firm of lawyers that was at the time representing Mr. Chen Young.
This is May 10th, 2007.
It dated May 10th, 2007.
Of this month.
I wonder whether they were then representing Mr. I don't know. Anyway,
yes, they say so.
They say so.
And the Honorable Mr. Justice Anderson, Supreme Court, Public Buildings East, King Street, Kingston, dear sir, in the same matter that I read there, which was copied to the Solicitor General. This firm asks for the defendants/appellants in the Eagle litigation and for Dr. Chen Young in the fixed date proceedings, and we are on record for those parties. It has come to our attention that allegations are circulating in government and legal circles to the effect that your Lordship was at the time when your Lordship presided at the Supreme Court trial of the Eagle litigation unqualified for the appointment to the bench as a result of having entered bankruptcy in the state of New Jersey, USA. It has also been alleged that the Solicitor General, who appeared before you on behalf of the claimants in the trial, was aware of this impropriety, thus sought to be imputed. We hold the view, on the information available to us, that the allegation of impropriety are absolutely without legal or ethical foundation, and we wish categorically to disassociate ourselves from any suggestion that your Lordship's integrity or that of the Solicitor General could be impugned. Furthermore, we have no instructions to take any steps in connection with these allegations, and were we to receive such instructions, we would withdraw from the matter. In discussions with the Solicitor General and the Registrar of the Supreme Court prior to the Supreme Court trial, Conrad George, the partner in this firm, having conduct of this case, endorsed the view that your Lordship was excellently suited to try this matter. We wish your Lordship to know.
Read that again. Read that sentence again about Conrad George.
In discussions with the Solicitor General and the Registrar of the Supreme Court prior to the Supreme Court trial, Conrad George, the partner in this firm, having conduct of the case, endorsed the view that your Lordship was excellently suited to try this matter. We wish your Lordship to know that we remain firmly of the view that we were correct in that opinion. We are sending a copy of this letter to the Solicitor General. Yours faithfully, Hart Muirhead Fatter.
Okay, and Mr. George spoke to you on the telephone.
Yeah.
And told you, yes, that they had sent out that letter.
Yes, and they often send out letters like that. So signed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Most interesting. And that copy of that letter has been filed in the American case. Okay. Hello?
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 Yes, good morning.
I've been holding on for about an hour, sir.
I'm awfully sorry about that. Well, you're now on.
Huh? I was listening to you about this letter. You know?
Which letter?
That's some person that's Young letter you mean reading.
You're not speaking. I'm not hearing you clearly. Will you speak directly into the mouthpiece?
So you're talking about some that Young, some letter. So you read some lawyer was reading people. You know? My reason for calling is that sometimes I was listening to. Are you hearing me?
You're I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you at all.
Hold on.
Your connection seems to be bad. Hello? Hello? Okay. I hope that person will call back. Hello? Hello?
Mr. B?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me join and congratulate Mr. Schulter.
Yes.
And it was a wonderful, eye-opening interview. It has made me a better man for listening to that conversation. And I am happy that your days at the Sutton Street Court is coming to the fore. I congratulate you wholeheartedly the way you handled the interview. When you started, you was a bit wobbly, and I says you're trying to bisect the laws of libel. So you're handling yourself properly. But gradually you came into your own. And believe me, you gave them a rollicking. And Mr. Schulter has educated me. And he used one word. It is not finished until it is finished.
Yes.
And some other words, but I won't go into it because I'm a good listener. But I want to speak to you on the pulverizing of the West Indies by England down at Leeds. It's not all that important, but to the little man who watched cricket, and to me, I saw old Tracy yesterday talking about the green field, and he showed me on television our money, our tax dollar. It make me want to bawl, it make me want to cry. Look at the weed on the place after they spend $9 billion and cannot afford education.
That's the cow pasture.
Look at the cow pasture. Believe me, somebody said something about pigs. Mr. Perkins, I listened to Jeffrey Boycott. You know who Jeffrey Boycott is?
Yes.
Jeffrey Boycott played
man.
Yes, opening bat.
Yes.
For England. And he gave us a towing. He gave us a tanning. He mouthed us. He said all sorts of things about the West Indies cricket team. And Tony Crozier could not do better. You know one of the things that came out?
Yes.
A committee has been set up in the West Indies to look at cricket, comprising a man named Ian MacDonald from Guyana who knows about sugar, Sir Alistair McIntyre, and Mr. P.J. Patterson, a former Prime Minister of Jamaica. He said, what these committees set up for? He said, what this committee is set up for, this three-man committee? To do what? I couldn't understand to carry the West Indies team further down in the gully, or to carry it down like how they have carried down Jamaica. Jeffrey Boycott laughed his cobblers off.
Yes.
He gave us in good Yorkshire accent. Say, look, why knocking at a door when nobody is at home? You're knocking at the door and nobody's inside. What do you expect to answer you? He made fun of us. Believe me, he made fun of the West Indies cricket team. And this morning, rain interrupted quite a while.
Yes.
And I don't know if we finish or if we haul out now. But half of them should not be on the West Indies team. The they left him here. I don't know if there is a payback because he ran out Lara. I don't know if it's a payback, and they've never explained to us why the young boy Samuels, who have got great potential to
Marlon Samuels.
What Samuels is?
Marlon.
Why they treat that boy like that? And you send all a man like Darren Ganga. Ganga has been knocking at the door all over. And you send Ganga, and the worst of it, when Sarwan got injured, is him skipper the team out on the field here.
Yes.
I have been to Headingley, Leeds. I have been, and I sit at the Kirkstall A Road end, and I am upset. I am hurt, deeply hurt. Although things in Jamaica hurt me more. That West Indies cricket team, half of them should have been sent back home.
Anyway, you know, sir, in fairness, let us not think that West Indies cricket can recover from Mr. Lara. From Mr. Lara's captaincy in a matter of weeks. It's going to take a very long time.
Right. There is. I know we're not admonishing and discharging Mr. Lara. He's got his fault, a hell of a lot of fault.
Yes.
But he's the best batsman in the world.
Oh, very, very, very. And I tell you something, sir. If Mr. Lara was more difficult, was more disciplined, he would have been a far greater batsman than he is.
Look at the manager that we choose. What he has ever done in West Indies cricket. What he has ever done, a manager we choose and sent down there with the team. I've been to Sabina Park.
Who is the manager now?
What's his name? I had it on my mouth just a while ago. He's the manager. He did nothing. Nothing. I have the first book I pick up 1963 at Lord's. And before that, 48, I was at Sabina Park when Everton Weeks got his first pick. When he was dropped by Godfrey Evans behind the wicket and he goes on to make 100 and some. And we have a team, you know, and we pick some has-been, not even a good county bat. And we send them to England to embarrass the West Indies like that.
Well,
it's a burning
they
shame.
have to. It's going to be a difficult climb back, sir. But
half of them shouldn't be there, miss. Half of them shouldn't be there. And boy, I could say, if they were trying, it wouldn't worry you. But they're not trying. Some of them are so cold with their hand in their pocket. They wish they would get out quick that they go back inside.
But they didn't. They shaped up so well in the first Test match, you know.
Yes.
Insofar as the batting was concerned.
Yes.
That I said, boy, this was a remarkable transformation.
Turnaround. The bowling.
The bowling is very weak.
If we had sent Trevor Mando and Dennis Morrison down there, we could not have done worse.
Yes.
Those two spinners. We have two spinners, Monroe and Morrison, and a few. We don't send a qualified spinner down there. We have some men there, we give them the ball and say, tweak two. You bowl two like Kenny Barrington, now and then you bowl two. They're not spinners. Spin what? You have a woman on the morning program that should spin harder than that. You could put her on.
Yes?
P.
I see.
She spin harder than that one on the breakfast club there, named Donna something. She spin like hell.
Is that so?
She spin like hell, man. She turned the ball both ways. The only person I see bowl the ball like that was Richie Beno. You know, I down Leeds one day and see Richie Beno bowled Brian Cruz around his legs.
Leg break on Chinaman.
Bowl him around his legs and left hand bat. When you bowl a left hand bat round him legs is one of the greatest things.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I have to go in. Time for the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by Stewart's Hardware, where the price is right and the customer is first every time.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't mind the stuff, you come to it. We said the best hardware, you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be Stewart's.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple in Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Changes have been implemented at the Bustamante Hospital for Children to accommodate the new healthcare system for children, which takes effect today. Speaking this morning at the launch of the abolition of healthcare fees for children, Chief Executive Officer at the hospital, Beverly Needham, said additional doctors have been employed to the institution. She says 2 doctors will now conduct assessments between the hours of 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. In addition, she says workers who were originally employed to the hospital as fee collectors will be redeployed to other areas of customer service.
Because we are not going to be collecting cash, and because we're not going to be having that element of persons who can't pay and they would have had to go to an assessment officer, we have redeployed the assessment officers as customer service officers, so they ought to be on the floor ensuring that the parents have a hassle-free day.
Beverly Needham speaking with Gleaner Power 106 News after the launch of the free health care of children this morning. In the meantime, Ms. Needham has expressed shock at the turnout of patients this morning. She says the turnout was less than what was expected.
In fact, let me say, yes, it's unusual because under normal circumstances, on a Monday morning, we would see more parents and patients in our A&E. And we have not seen that up to the time when we came upstairs.
Beverly Needham, Chief Executive Officer of the Bustamante Hospital for Children. And at the Spanish Town Hospital, Chief Executive Officer David Dobson says the new healthcare regime has been working well. And he says adequate systems have been put in place to deal with any glitches.
The major problem that we anticipate is that we may have some difficulty determining age of some person. And we have pretty much put something in place to ensure that persons do not have any problem getting the service at the time. But we would want persons to know that proof of age is going to be important for the system to work. And while we're saying that if they come and do not come prepared, we want them to get through. We want at a later time for them to provide that information.
David Dobson, Chief Executive Officer at the Spanish Town Hospital. Under the new healthcare system, children under 18 years are no longer required to pay hospital fees at public institutions except the University Hospital of the West Indies. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. The Ministry of Education says it will be providing greater incentives for teachers involved in remedial education at the primary level. Chief Executive Officer Jasper Lawrence says the ministry will be spending up to $60 million to educate slow learners, up from $28 million, which was spent on the program last year.
This year we will have our teachers more involved as we move to get more autonomy. So what we are doing, we are providing a per capita provision, which the teachers and the principals will use to procure material, and a proportion of it would be used for incentives for teachers and students.
In the meantime, Mr. Lawrence says several measures have already been implemented to improve literacy levels at the primary school level. Currently, the teacher-student ratio has officially been placed at 1 to 35, while at grades 1 to 4, the ratio is 1 teacher to 30 students.
both the ministry, the JTA, the teachers, we are making use of the research recommendations. We are putting in additional provisions, materials in the school. We are improving the quality of our teachers. And also being more strategic, we apply these to get our students to perform better.
Chief Executive Officer Jasper Lawrence. It's reported that only 57% of students who sat the Grade 4 Achievement Test last year were able to pass all sections of the examination. In addition, there have been concerns about the large number of secondary school leavers who have no formal qualifications. The Grade 4 Achievement Examination tests the ability of 10-year-old students to recognize words, read and understand simple stories, factual texts, as well as directions, lists and tables. A meeting is now underway at the Coffee Industry Board to finalize the payments for just over 5,000 coffee farmers whose crops were destroyed by Hurricane Ivan in 2004. Director General of the Coffee Industry Board, Graham Dunkley, says the meeting involving coffee stakeholders will settle the final details for the disbursement of the insurance money. The trustees of the Coffee Insurance Fund had promised that by the end of this month, the farmers would get the money. The decision followed a demonstration about 3 weeks ago outside the head office of the Coffee Industry Board. Earlier this year, the joint liquidators of the now-defunct Dial Insurance Company and the trustees of the Coffee Insurance Fund agreed to an out-of-court settlement for 80% of the $3.2 million. The Clarendon police are now investigating whether Saturday night's shooting death of a special corporal was a reprisal killing. Special Corporal Jocelyn Francis was shot dead less than a mile away from his home in Chapelton. The policeman's attackers stole his service revolver. Investigators say they are probing information that his murder might be linked to the police shooting of a reported criminal in Chapelton more than 3 weeks ago. The police say a gun was recovered from the alleged criminal who lived in the same community as Special Corporal Francis. According to investigators, it's believed that Special Corporal Francis was attacked because he might have given information to his colleagues about the alleged criminal. Constable Francis is the 8th policeman to be killed since January and the 2nd in Clarendon since March. A motorist has died in the Cornwall Regional Hospital from injuries he sustained in a motor vehicle collision on the Howard Cook Boulevard in Montego Bay, St. James yesterday. He is Everald Wint of Bogue Village. 21-year-old Sheldon Spence of Pitford and 32-year-old Michael Johnson of Norwood were also injured in the collision. It's reported that Mr. Wint was driving a Toyota motor car along the Howard Cook Boulevard with Spence and Johnson as passengers. On reaching a section of the roadway, he reportedly lost control of the vehicle, which crashed into a concrete wall. All three of them sustained injuries and were taken to hospital, where Wint later died and the other two admitted in serious condition. The Dehaney Park Police in St. Andrew are yet to determine the circumstances which led to the shooting death of a man on Drews Avenue in Kingston 20 last night. The body of 24-year-old Navardo Drew of Unity Lane in Kingston 11 was reportedly found after residents reported hearing explosions in the community and called the police. The police say Drew's body had multiple gunshot wounds. Jamaica has been elected to chair the Committee on Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Affairs at the United Nations for the 62nd session, which opens in September. Last week, the UN General Assembly elected Jamaica's permanent representative, Ambassador Raymond Wolfe, to chair the committee, replacing the representative from Iraq. This committee is one of 6 such groupings that administer the day-to-day affairs of the United Nations General Assembly for 1 year. Each year, the General Assembly allocates to its Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Affairs Committee a range of social, humanitarian and human rights issues that affect people all over the world. Jamaica has also been elected to the Organizational Committee for the Peace Building Commission. It's the body that was set up by the United Nations in December 2005 to prevent chaos in countries emerging from conflict. The police in Belize are continuing their search for a former government minister and activist, 47-year-old Derek Aikman, who last week launched an organization calling for moral and ethical changes in Belize. Mr. Aikman's wife, Kim, said she received a call from her husband informing her that he had been abducted by 3 armed masked men. Police say they later found his vehicle in Fresh Pond, a rural community a short distance from the capital. Aikman and his Belize Covenant movement have been at the forefront of calls for a united approach to dealing with allegations of corruption against the Saeed Musa administration. He served as a government minister under Manuel Esquivel in the 1980s and was on the opposition bench in the House of Representatives in the early 1990s when the Supreme Court declared him bankrupt, forcing him out of Parliament. In Guyana, hearings are to begin next week, Monday, into the election petition filed by Opposition Alliance for Change AFC member Walter Melville. Mr. Melville is challenging the decision to award a parliamentary seat to the ruling People's Progressive Party, PPP. The AFC is contending that it should have been awarded a sixth seat based on the official Guyana Elections Commission figures for the 2006 general election. The PPP won 36 seats, 2 more than it had in the last parliament, while the main opposition People's National Congress Reform won Guyana won 22 seats, 5 less than it had in the previous parliament. The AFC, a recently formed party comprising members of the 2 main political parties, won 5 seats. News further afield now. Thousands of people demonstrated in Caracas as Venezuela's oldest TV network went off air after President Hugo Chavez decided not to renew its license. Opponents of the decision to take Radio Caracas TV off air protested outside the station's headquarters to voice their anger, while Mr. Chavez's supporters celebrated. BBC reports say within seconds of screens going blank, the insignia of a new state-sponsored broadcaster, TVES, appeared. Mr. Chavez has said RCTV had tried to undermine his government. The president says the new channel that took RCTV's place at midnight will better reflect the socialist revolution he has pledged to lead. And finally, the U.S. has called for Iran to stop arming militants in Iraq following the first bilateral public talks between the two countries in almost 30 years. U.S. envoy Ryan Crocker says his Iranian counterpart has rejected the charges at the talks in Baghdad, which focused exclusively on Iraq's security. Both countries have agreed that a secure and stable Iraq is in their best interest. Mr. Crocker has described the meeting as businesslike and says the U.S. will consider attending further talks. As the meeting ended, a car bomb exploded in the center of Baghdad. Police say at least 20 people were killed and 70 others wounded by the blast near an important Sunni mosque in the busy commercial area of Sinak. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports stories are next.
Midday News was brought to you by Stewart's Hardware, where the price is right and the customer is first every time.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Wool Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. West Indies recorded their worst defeat in a test match today when England won the rain-affected second test by an innings and 237 runs at Headingley. West Indies, trailing by 424 runs in the first innings, were dismissed for 141 in their second innings about 15 minutes after the rescheduled tea break. The victory gave England a 1-0 lead in the four-test series after the rain-marred first test ended in a draw at Lord's last week. Dwayne Bravo hit the top score of 52 off 74 balls, and Runaka Morton made 25, but no other West Indies batsman passed 20. Ryan Sidebottom was the most successful England bowler with 4 wickets for 44 runs with 15 overs, and Steve Harmison captured 3 for 37 from 13.1 overs. Captain Ramnarish Sarwan did not bat. Scores in the game: England 570 for 7 declared, West Indies 146 and 141. Back home, Manchester was the only team to bag first innings points during the rain-affected fourth round of matches in the Jamaica Cricket Association Super Cup. Manchester got first innings from St. Elizabeth in their game at Alpart. Replying to Manchester's 114 runs, St. Elizabeth were bowled out for 99. Batting a second time, Manchester reached 80 for 3 when the game was called off. Scores in that game, Manchester 114 and 80 for 3, St. Elizabeth 99. The other 4 games ended in no results. Jamaican athletes ticked off 4 victories at the NCAA Regional Division 1 Outdoor Championships at the weekend. At the Mid-East Regional Track and Field meeting at the University of Missouri, Issa Phillips, Karan Stewart and Nikisha Wilson recorded victories. Jamaica's other success came from Ricardo Chambers at the East Regional meet at the University of Florida. Stewart won the 200 in a 2007 collegiate best and stadium record 22.44 seconds. Jamaican Samantha Henry 23.33 was 5th. Wilson and Phillips posted 400-meter hurdles wins for Louisiana State University, LSU, and Phillips won the men's 400 meters in 49.68 seconds, and Wilson logged a stadium record 55.20 to land the women's equivalent ahead of Ajoki Adumuso 55.84 and Jamaican Camille Robinson 56.71. Chambers recorded 45.17 seconds to win the men's 400 meters over Calvin Smith 45.60. Meanwhile, Jamaican sensation Usain Bolt scorched the Mondo track at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad late yesterday. He blazed to victory in the Hampton International Games men's invitational 200 meters in a fast 19.96 seconds, the first ever legal sub-20 half-lap run on local soil. Bolt finished ahead of Trinidad and Tobago's star Darrell Brown 20.51 and Dominica's Chris Lloyd 20.56. In tennis, American Venus Williams was given a tough workout in her opening match of the French Open at Roland Garros today. Williams saw off the determined challenge of wildcard entry Alice Cornet of France, winning 6-4, 6-3. Meanwhile, Séverine Bremont became the first seed to fall. The 31st seed was beaten 6-3, 6-3 by Michaela Krashek, sister of former Wimbledon champion Richard. In the men's singles, Nikolay Davydenko cruised into the second round with 6-3, 6-1, 6-1 over Stefano Galvani. Meanwhile, Roger Federer was in control of his first round clash with Michael Russell when the players were forced to come off because of rain. Federer led 6-4, 4-1. Finally, in football, Eastern Confederation champions St. George's and Western Confederation winners Granville picked up identical 3-1 victories in yesterday's round of matches in the 4-team National Premier League playoffs. Damian Harwood scored a hat-trick to lead St. George's to victory over Police National at the Edward Seaga Sports Complex. And Granville turned back Sporting Central at the Sam Sharp Teachers College grounds in Montego Bay. With the first round of games now completed, George's lead with 7 points, 1 ahead of Granville. 2 of the 4 teams will qualify for the 2007 to 2008 Premiership. The return matches begin on Wednesday. And that's it for sports at midday on Power 106. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to low-level trough across Jamaica and a mid to upper-level trough across the rest of the region. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most parishes. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy with lingering showers and isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, Tuesday, look for partly cloudy skies with afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, expect mainly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And Thursday, look for partly cloudy conditions with afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms mainly over hilly areas. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. More doctors employed at the Bustamante Hospital for Children to accommodate the new free healthcare system for children, which takes effect today. Education Ministry to provide greater incentives for teachers involved in remedial education at the primary level. Motorist dies following motor vehicle crash on the Howard Cook Boulevard in Montego Bay, St. James yesterday. From the region, police in Belize continuing to search for a former government minister who last week launched an organization calling for moral and ethical changes in the country. On the international scene, thousands of people demonstrate in Caracas, Venezuela, following the decision by President Hugo Chavez not to renew the license for the country's oldest TV network. And in sports, West Indies sink to their heaviest defeat in tests today when England won the rain-affected second test by an innings and 237 runs. And that's midday news and sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Everything you think you know about pickup trucks. Mitsubishi Motors introduces the all-new, totally redesigned L200 pickup. Forward-thinking style and a tradition of rugged performance in a range of 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, double and single cab models. The all-new Mitsubishi L200 and L200 Sport Hero. Available now at Motor Sales. The L200 excitement unleashed.
Let's get healthy, yeah. Here we go. Come on, shift to the left, yeah. Shift to the right, with chiffon. Spreads real easy, cooks up right, makes fluffy and light. Shift to chiffon. Spread it on now, and rich with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat.
No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon.
Freshly made, every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way. Chiffon. One more time.
Shift to chiffon.
Shift to great flavor. Chiffon. Shift to great taste. Chiffon. Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Semprod must be good, yeah.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And I gather that things are happening from the news. Things are happening at the Bustamante Hospital for Children, where they were expecting a large influx of patients. Hasn't occurred. But they're still doing their things. I was hearing a story over the weekend about, we've been hearing about problems at the Kingston Public Hospital, the Jubilee, and other such places. And some of us may have formed the impression that the University Hospital of the West Indies would have been exempt from that kind of problem. It isn't, There are, I gather, 7 operating theatres at the University Hospital, of which only 2 are functional. And I was hearing a story about a man who broke his hip and went there, I think on the 9th of May, 9th of this month. And I don't know what has happened over the weekend, but he was prepared about 6 or 7 times to go to the operating theatre. And on each it had to be put off because there are emergencies. Somebody gets shot or something like that, and some life-threatening emergency, and they have to postpone his case. And what it involved, is he's not eating meals in prep, not having breakfast or whatever. And he has had to go through this several times. 5 of the operating theatres not functional. Oh, well. Poor us. Hello? Okay, we're going to take the break. We'll come back shortly.
My mother say, he go pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Hello? There's never been a better time to sign up for the Digicel Select postpaid bundle packages, because with the Select postpaid bundles, you get up to 100 free minutes to call anywhere, on any network, in any country. That's right, up to 100 free anywhere minutes, plus up to 50 free text messages. Upgrade to Digicel Select postpaid bundles and get even more value. Hey, what's up?
Digicel. Expect more. Get more. Conditions apply.
See the press for details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, Mom.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I want to ask to see, suppose you were contributing to income tax and you stop working. Is that money refundable?
No, Mom. No, not a halfpenny of it.
Okay, sir.
Forget it.
Okay.
No, man. When you pay your money or have it deducted by the income tax department,
Yes.
forget it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, sir.
That gone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. Have a good afternoon.
I beg your pardon?
I said, thanks very much. Have a good afternoon.
You're thanking me for that? I had nothing to do with it, my dear.
Thank you.
I would not have treated you like that.
Mr. Perkins, can I speak with you off the air later?
All right, if
or
you
what
will.
time I could call back? What time I can call back?
Just after the program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning, Mr. Perkins. Good afternoon, rather, Mr.
Oh,
Perkins.
I was just wondering where you were.
Well, I'm in Jamaica, yes, sir.
I take it in Japan it must be morning by now. No?
All right, when we call about them, Mr. Perkins, when we call about them,
Yes.
I don't hear nobody congratulate Mr. Bruce Golding for the achievement of making the children them get medical, you know. But if him never push it on the government, it would not, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I believe that is quite true.
But they never have it in them budget.
Yes.
They never intend to give out the people them nothing, you know.
Yeah, well.
And Mr. Bruce Golding fight for that, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
And at that,
Well, he made a speech in Parliament talking about free health care.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
And I believe that Sister P must have figured that, you know, she had to do something.
Get frightened, Mr. Perkins. But when me I show it never in there for the people. And for sure, you know, some money can't find for do that. Some money can't find for give.
Well, I tell you something now. That is an interesting question. Money can find now.
Yeah.
To do it. It couldn't find last year.
But it can't find now.
It couldn't find last
and
year.
After 18 years, it's a shame for see Mr. Bruce Gold and have to pressure them for do that.
No, last year when they find money for World Cup, it couldn't find that time.
Yeah.
Then what about the year before now?
Yeah, but it can't find now.
And what about the year before that?
And them should have shame for only can't find half.
And how about and if we go like that, how far back do we go?
That me I say. That means that Mr. Perkins not knowing it for the people.
Well.
Not knowing it for the people. If it knows that Mr. Bruce Golding, we wouldn't get the liquor where we get now.
Well.
You understand?
You heard that letter that we read this morning from Barbados?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
That Jamaican woman who lives in Barbados?
All right, sir.
And when she saw what the Barbadians were doing with education,
all right,
she asked the Prime Minister how they managed to afford that.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
Right? And the Prime Minister tell her she should ask how any self-respecting country could afford not
to give
its children that opportunity.
Mr. Perkins, the government never had no intention for giving out. Now we thank God for Mr. Bruce Golding for push it upon them.
Well.
You understand? The next thing, Mr. Perkins, I want them run a poll between the age group, 18 and 25, and see how much that age group achieve because this government get the chance to turn out a new generation, you know. They get the chance to turn out one new, 25-year-old man now. I look for your family. You understand? I want to know how much that age group achieve.
Possibly him don't have family.
You understand, Mr. Perkins?
Yeah.
Anyway, I want them run a poll on the age group and see how much them achieve because this government supposed to be responsible.
Well, hold on. You take the poll seriously?
Yeah, not poll now work, Mr. Perkins. The poll are just to cover we are, you know.
Them not for take seriously.
The poll are just to cover we are, but down on the ground, them don't know how wait for them.
Yeah, you read Mr. 9% article in the Observer yesterday.
All right, Mr. Perkins, them can't do no better now, you know, Mr. Perkins. Because it's down on the ground, it's written all over, you know. You can't tell the people them nothing again. It's written all over now.
I follow you.
Them no mean the people them no good.
I follow you.
Because it take 18 years to Mr. Bruce Golden have to pressure them to give the picnic them like a free medical. All right, Mr. Perkins.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
A lady just called you just now and asked you if you're working and you lose a job or stop working, if you can get refund of income tax. And you told her no.
Yes.
Right? And you, Mr. P.J. Patterson, slang, forget it. To push a card.
Yes.
But you're grossly wrong, sir.
I'm grossly wrong.
Yes.
Explain to me.
And
hold on a little bit.
Look like this. This station becoming now sounding like a campaign station. Like it sound like, you know.
Is that so?
How could you do something like that?
How could I do something like
what?
what?
You don't know you ask the income department to come in and to verify.
Look here, let's discuss the income tax question first and then you can go on.
Tell a lady that the girl something already and you're totally wrong.
Explain that to me. Well, I can see what you're coming with. That if you're working in January, February, March, and April, and you're paying income tax at a certain rate, then and you lose that job, and for the rest of the year, then you would be entitled to. You will be paying on an annual basis. Your tax would have been assessed on an annual basis, and therefore you would have been due a refund. No, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you. You're withdrawing. I have to be able to withdraw what I told the lady earlier on then.
But what?
I have to be able to withdraw the answer you gave the lady earlier on.
No, because what I was talking about was whether you, if you
what
paid...
the question the lady asked you?
I beg your pardon? She asked whether if you paid income tax and you lost your job, right, whether you'll be due a refund. No, you'll be due a refund only if you had paid, if you had paid through the, hold on, if you had paid through 2007. You're listening?
Very interesting person.
Hold on now.
You object to that, look.
If you had paid income tax for the year 2007 or 2007. Whatever year.
Yeah.
And you got fired in January or February or January of 2008, then what refund would you be due?
Mr. Perkins.
I
call you and tell you that is grossly incorrect. And you start to make a case to show where in fact
I'm not grossly incorrect, sir, because generally speaking, you would not be entitled to any refund on income tax. There's a particular case.
What do you mean, generally speaking?
Hold on. There's a particular case. I understood her to be talking about something like housing trust or.
No, the lady asked you a specific question.
Anyway, all right. So fine. There are circumstances. There are circumstances in which. There are circumstances in which you would be due a refund if you have paid more taxes. What's happened to him? Hello? Hello, comrade. Oh, Lord. What, why? hello. Look here. The only circumstances in which, as I understand it, you could be due a refund on income tax is if you have overpaid your tax. Right? Now, that might happen in circumstances where you've been paying in the expectation that you're going to be earning for the year an income of, let us say, $70,000, $80,000, right? You lose your job in the middle of the year. So you would have paid half of what would be due on $80,000. But then you're not going to earn $80,000. You're only earning $40,000. So you would be due a refund on that, right? That's my understanding. But if you have paid what taxes are due for the year, and early in the following year you lose your job, then you wouldn't be due any refund. Anyway, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes,
How are you doing?
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. There's 2 points I'd like to speak to you about.
Yes.
The first one, when you were talking about the transparency in the American system.
The what?
The transparency in the American system regarding choosing the Supreme Court or whoever they're choosing.
Yes.
But the thing we must understand is that the American people have fought for that privilege from 1776 up to the Iraqi War. And I'm not talking about the American Civil War, the Korean War, and all these wars in between. So they can have that privilege. Jamaicans haven't fought for that privilege. They've never fought for it. So they are complaining about their politicians. But why don't they fight for it? Like the Americans have fought for it. And they're still fighting for that freedom, for the Constitution. You see American mothers kiss their son on the cheeks and say, "Farewell, my son. Go die on foreign lands so we can live free." But the Jamaicans are not going to do that. They're more worried about cricket. They're more worried about reggae boys. They're more worried about Shaggy. That's the first thing. So when we say about America, but when the Jamaicans go and stand in front of the American embassy to go benefit from what the Americans have shed their blood for.
Yes, but I tell you something. The Americans came to that position as a result of leadership of a certain quality. Right?
No, but
our problem in Jamaica is that we haven't had that kind of leadership.
No, but you got to be honest. How did America start? America started with people sitting in Europe, free thinkers who were being persecuted in Europe. They said, we need a new land to go express our thoughts.
Yes.
And they got on a boat, willingly crossed the Atlantic, and said, okay, let's try something new here.
Yes.
But Jamaica has a different history. Jamaica didn't start with people with a free mind. When the Spanish came here, they weren't looking to develop a country. They were looking to find all the gold they can have to go back to Europe to continue their religious war.
Yes.
So Jamaica has a different foundation.
Yes, but there are no rigidities of the human mind. Right?
No, there's none. But
human beings can rethink their position at any time. Right? And come to different conclusions.
Yes, but the American understood that there's always a time where you have...
Well, the original American settlers were, as you say, victims of persecution. Right? And they went to America. They escaped from Europe to America with, I suppose, a determination to create a new kind of society for themselves. Right?
But why did they have to go through to do that? Why did they have to sacrifice?
Well, sacrifice whatever it was.
History has showed us, in rare occasions, has the government gotten up and said, you know what? I'm going to give people more rights. I'm going to give people more wealth. Even up, the American had assassination. The people have to fight for their right. The people have to die for their right.
Yes, but they also had some men like Washington and Madison and Jefferson and...
Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
What does that mean? You had Washington, Jefferson.
Well, they had men like that who were prepared to lead them in that fight for freedom. Yeah.
So then you don't have any here then. That's what you're saying.
Well, if you could point them out to me, I'd be very happy.
Okay, another point I want to talk to you about.
Yes.
The other day a gentleman called you and was talking about reparation.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a few points.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is 12:45.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
A gentleman called you to talk to you about reparation, and you told him that we got our reparation fee already by having Jamaica and by having the English language. But when the Jews, who lost 6 million out of the 11 million people who died in the concentration camp.
When did what?
When the Jews came out of Europe after the concentration camp, after the Holocaust, they lost about 6 million. There were a total of 11 million people who died. 6 million were Jews, the rest were Gypsy and whatever.
Yes.
Now, the Jews, nobody told the Jews, look, out of this, you got Israel. They still want the reparation. They got Israel. They still want the reparation. Out of the Second World War, there's a lot of things we are benefiting from today. Stem cell research.
But Israel, sir. Israel at the time that the Jews went there, when I say went there, returned there, was not a Jamaica, didn't have the immediate potential of a Jamaica.
No, but no. That's not the issue. The issue is like, when people talk to you about slavery, you seem to have this kind of attitude, like you brush it off. It's okay, we've been through slavery.
Hold on a moment. Slavery is far behind us.
No, not really.
Yes.
No. No.
No.
The actual slavery might be behind us, but the consequences are still with us.
There are consequences with us, but those consequences are, as Marcus Garvey said, the failure, our own failure, to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Right? And all this cry about reparations is part of that.
No, but when you tell somebody that English is supposed to be, they're supposed to be proud about having English.
But of course, English.
No. It turns out that today, in 2007, you have English because English is technically the lingua franca of the world. But
that isn't how it came to us.
Then, why do you mean that's not how it came to us? How did I say it came to you?
It came to us as a result of British imperialism and British colonialism.
But did we need British imperialism? You're acting like it was a good thing. But
well, no.
If we didn't have British imperialism...
No, sir. What you have to do is understand that in the history of mankind, there are things that seemed horrible at the time, and that by any estimate is horrible. Horrible. But there are consequences flowing from them that are good and beneficial. You don't think so?
Of course, yes.
Well,
but you must also understand.
We have to see.
But even
we
today,
have to see slavery in those terms.
But even today in Europe, there's still people in the Balkans who are still fighting each other. The people, the Turks are still quarreling with the Armenians. The Cypriots are still fighting with the Greeks.
Yes.
The French and the Germans still have their differences.
So what?
I mean, so what? But you're trying to make it understand like, okay, there's good things that came out of slavery. But you must give the people the space to express their grievances.
Hold on. You know, I'm not putting it that way. I'm not saying that there are good things that came.
Jews complain about the Holocaust every day?
Will you listen to me for a moment?
Okay.
Right? It isn't, I'm not trying to say that there are good things that came out of slavery. Right? What I'm saying is that we find ourselves today in a position where we have a potential. We have a country, we are governing ourselves, we have the opportunity to provide even greater opportunity for ourselves. That what we need to do is not to keep looking back to slavery, but to look forward to the future and to define in our own minds what we want that future to be like.
But didn't Bob Marley say you must know where you're coming from to know where you're going?
Of course you know where you're coming from. But you don't want to go sort of commiserating yourself about slavery.
A lot of black people don't know their history.
What?
A lot of black people think that the black history started in the Caribbean. They don't know about their history.
But don't go talking rubbish about reparations. I'm
not talking about reparation. I'm just showing you when the Jews talk about it, how come it's okay and they get it?
Eh?
When the Japanese were interned during the Second World War, they got reparation.
Well, all right.
So if the black man who's been enslaved for 400
States.
years talk about it, it's like when they're supposed to talk about it, we should just shut our mouth and go forward and overlook that and just go forward.
But the Japanese in the United States were American citizens, weren't they? Right? And what they got damages for was the abuse of their rights as Americans. Am I right?
Correct. So what are the slaves asking reparation for?
What?
What are the descendants of the slave asking?
Well, where are the slaves to get the reparations now? You were a slave?
No.
I was not.
So what does that mean? So you must just go forward and there's no reparation.
Oh, but...
So what you're saying is just that if you had survived slavery personally, yourself, like the people coming out of the concentration camp, that's okay to ask for reparation? Is that what you're saying? Because the Japanese, he's the one, not his grandfather, not his great-grandfather. He suffered it personally, so he can go ask for reparation. That's what you're saying?
Well, that there would have been an argument there in my view, right?
But how come?
But to come how many hundred years later, demanding reparations for slavery, strikes me as a lot of rubbish.
Okay.
And if there are to be reparations for slavery, who is to pay? Who is to pay?
The people who benefited from it.
Such as?
Well, they can identify a lot of companies, Lords of London, the shipping, the Dutch East Indian shipping companies. I mean, those things are identifiable. It's like the same way.
What about the Africans who were capturing these people and selling them as slaves, to be slaves?
So what are you saying?
I mean, what am I saying? They're not to pay to.
But you can identify who, but you can identify the company. The company are easier to identify. You can identify Lords of London stamp on shipping. You can identify those companies. There's trails, there's record, there's archives for these guys. The same way the Jews went after Bayer, Thyssen, Benz, Volkswagen, because these guys...
Volkswagen?
Excuse me?
Volkswagen?
Yeah.
Oh, they benefited too?
Of course.
Is that so?
Yes.
How?
How? I'm talking about the Jewish situation, not the slavery. The Jewish situation. When they were working as slave labor for those big German companies that are still around today, Bayer, who makes aspirin.
Look here,
Siemens.
we need to get ourselves together, get our act together, right? And we need to start to stop bemoaning the past.
No, I agree with you.
And
we
look
cannot
forward to a decent future
I
for our
understand.
young
We
people.
cannot cry over spilt milk, but
Right.
we must accept the milk was spilt and
Absolutely.
let's go forward. But
Absolutely.
Let me show you the greatest.
And you know, hold on a little bit. Part of the problem with, you know what reparations are about? It's a form of begging.
Not really.
Yes, we are beggars.
Okay, let me take a
Hold on, sir. We every form of begging. We want help from grants from this country and that country and the other, and we want the British and the Europeans to buy our sugar at 3 times the world market price and all this kind of rubbish, right? And so that our inefficiencies we can profit from our inefficiencies and be constantly dependent on other people to support us and put food in our mouths.
Let me just take
Right?
a pin. There
That's
was
a
a
lot of
documentary on TV where they show you the Tutsis and the Hutu a couple of years after the massacre that took place a couple of years ago.
Which massacre?
In Rwanda,
Oh.
when 800,000 people
Yes.
died, the Tutsi Hutu
Yes.
fighting down there. They had a documentary where they showed you a Hutu and a Tutsi sitting down.
Uh-huh.
And the guy was saying, well, you know, they're pointing, said, this guy killed my mother and my father, and they were discussing. I mean, they were both in the room, and they were talking about how he killed the other guy's mother. And at the end of the conversation, the guy said, you know, the only thing that I would need from him is just him to kind of acknowledge the hurt and the harm he's done us,
Yes.
and we can go forward.
Mhm.
And I've heard that also in Kosovo. I've heard that also in a lot of those world things. A lot of people say, we're willing to forget. But at least acknowledge you've done wrong. We can go forward.
Well, look, sir. I have, just like you and other people, I have ancestors who were slaves, right? My grandmother's grandmother was a slave, one of them, right? And, I mean, I don't know, I know about one, I don't know about the other. But I'm not wasting my time going on about that and waiting for the reparations to come from that. I'm getting on with my life.
Yeah, but
Right?
But who's waiting? I mean, those people asking reparation, I don't think they're sitting waiting.
Well, I
Well,
suspect...
that's the feeling you get, but I don't know, they're sitting down waiting,
well,
with bated breath.
No, but they're not really as exerting and asserting themselves, right? To go about creating for themselves the lives that they want, right? It isn't slavery that made Britain rich, right?
Well, it
It is the
certainly did help.
accomplishment. It's the accomplishments of the British people.
No.
Why don't we get up and start seeking accomplishment rather than trying to persuade the British to drop a little something in the pot?
That's true. On one point,
As
that's
we hold
true.
it out.
But let's be honest. Slavery did help France, Spain, and England.
Slavery did have what?
Did help Spain, England, Holland.
Uh-huh.
They did benefit from slavery.
I don't know to what extent.
You don't know to what
No.
extent.
I don't know to what extent. You think slavery had a greater impact upon Britain than the Industrial Revolution?
Yeah, but remember, look at the timeline.
I'm asking you, sir.
No, I'm going to answer you.
Uh-huh.
The Industrial Revolution came after slavery. When slavery was abolished, it wasn't becoming profitable to always be putting out revolutions and fights and
The
revolutions.
Industrial Revolution came after slavery was abolished?
Of course.
What are you talking about?
The Industrial Revolution started in the 1850s.
When was slavery abolished?
Well, it depends what country you're talking about.
Huh?
It depends where.
When was slavery abolished? In Britain? When, I mean, the British territories.
Well, it depends. In Jamaica. What year was it in Jamaica?
Huh?
What year was it in Jamaica?
Hold on just a moment.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
I want
want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I mean, most of those inventions came at the end of the 19th century.
No, sir.
If in the Industrial Revolution was making so much money for the English, why didn't they bring it about since 1492?
The Industrial Revolution, sir. The date usually given for it, for the commencement of it, is the middle of the 18th century. Right?
No, I mean,
slavery
why do you
was
call the middle of the
abolished.
18th century?
Slavery was abolished in 1834.
Okay.
Somewhere there.
So most of the great invention came at the end of the 19th century.
I beg your pardon?
Most of the invention came at the end of the 19th century.
No. Most of the inventions.
Engine, railroad, cars.
No, sir. Most of the inventions came in the 20th century.
No.
Right?
No.
The Industrial Revolution is still on the way.
No. Yeah, I know, but no. Then at that stage, the Industrial Revolution started with men coming out of a cave then.
What?
It started with men coming out of a cave, if you're going at that rate. But the real Industrial Revolution, what people call Industrial Revolution, started in the 1860s to 1870. When there was no more slavery, they started developing machines.
No. I think you have it wrong.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get you a list of all the major inventions and send them to you. You're going to see most of them are 1868, 1877, 1879. The machine gun, the railroad, the steam engine. They started the telephone. Those things started the Morse code. Those things started then. In the end, some of them flourished in the beginning of the 20th century. But they started in the 1800s, 1870s,
Anyway,
1860s.
I think that somebody needs to. I don't know of such a study being done of the impact of slavery upon the wealth of Britain. But in any event, my point is that is behind us. We want to look forward, right? We want to understand that as human beings, we are capable of doing what any other human beings have been capable of doing, right? We can invent too. We can study. We can equip our brains, we can get on with it, right? And that is what we need to do. Not sit down begging and finding ways of getting some more money out of somebody. That's not how you do it.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
A couple of things, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You made an error when you responded to the lady about income tax refund.
About what?
Income tax refund.
Uh-huh.
Right. If you cease employment partway through the year, and based on what tax was taken before, you most likely will get a refund if you don't have any further income.
No, you're not getting there a refund because you lost employment. You're getting a refund.
No, I'm not
because you're
talking about
overpaid.
why.
Hold on.
Just ask you if
Hold
you
on.
income tax, can you get the
No,
fund?
hold on a moment. Hold on a moment.
Work yourself by setting up a scenario.
Hold on a moment.
Ask you a straight question.
Will you
And it
listen to me
depends
for a
on
moment?
What time of the year it is.
Yes, she asked me a straight question, right? The question is, do you get a refund because you have lost your employment? And the answer to that is no. What?
No, sir. You're hiding behind some credibility. Sir.
When you get a refund,
You're hiding behind some credibility.
hold on a moment for me.
Will
Will you listen to me? Let me explain what I mean, and you can then criticize it. You get a refund at any time that you have overpaid your tax.
Listen, man. Let's call income tax people and sort it out now. Because it's misinforming a lot of people.
I'm not misinforming anybody.
Pardon?
If you have overpaid your income
it's not
tax.
If, man.
Oh, Jesus. If you have overpaid your tax, you are due a refund. You are not due a refund. If you... Hold on, sir.
What you'd normally pay.
Hold on. Hold on a moment. If you are paying income tax, right? In 2007, you are paying...
Don't bring any particular year.
Hold on, sir. Will you listen
to
me?
Annual period, any year period.
Uh-huh.
Remember, you get relief, right, on your income tax. What your entitlement for relief is.
I'm not hearing you very clearly.
No, man, you get relief, right?
Uh-huh.
On your income tax, what you're liable to pay before you start paying.
You get relief?
Yes.
How do you mean?
Relief.
How do you mean get relief?
What the limit is where you're free before you pay any tax.
I don't follow.
There's a certain value.
Uh-huh.
Right? Well, it's 100,000. I don't remember the figure now, but it's probably gone somewhere near to well over 100,000. That you get for the year. Where if you don't earn beyond that, you don't pay the tax.
Oh, I see. Yes, there's a basic amount.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't know what that would have to do with it.
I think you made an error. Check it out. I don't want to go into it.
I don't think I made an error at all.
You did.
No.
Check it out. No. Just check it out.
And in any event, hold on just a minute.
I have employment where I apply for.
A person who has a job pays income tax by PAYE.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
And they are paying the tax. PAYE people who are paying income tax by PAYE, if are paying at 25% of whatever it is that they're receiving this month. Am I right? Isn't that how it's done?
No.
Eh?
Don't let me and you try to work it out. There are people who are experts on this who can just advise you.
Well,
when it's clarified, the public will have a better understanding. Because I think it's the information.
I think that you are trying.
Okay.
I think that you are trying to to achieve something here.
No. I'm
right?
not trying. I'm
as far as I understand it. Hold on a moment. As I understand it, people who are on PAYE and who have jobs are on PAYE are paying the tax on the money as it comes into them. Right? And therefore, if that person gets fired, I can't see that they would have any refund to get.
You are wrong.
I'm wrong?
You know what time of the year it is and how the relief is applied.
No, I don't.
Check it out, man. Don't let me argue over it. Just have somebody check it.
No. My understanding is that a person who is on PAYE, at the end of January, they collect their January salary and they pay a tax on that. Right? And so on through the year. So at any time of the year that they lose that job, that there would be nothing for them to get in, no refund for them to get?
Incorrect. It depends on the status of the income for the rest of the year.
It what?
It depends on what they've earned in income for the rest of the year.
No,
so if you have not been employed, if it's month 6 and you don't have income between month 7 and 12, you will, at the end of the year, if you apply, you get...
yes, but I have reconsidered that. And as I understand it, PAYE is based upon the salary that you're collecting this month. Right? You pay 25%.
Right. I don't go any further with that.
Persons who are self-employed, for example.
No. Don't go in there. I just deal with the question.
Those people pay... You know, what else you have to say?
I was speaking rather...
You go find out about it, no? What else you have to say?
I was speaking rather experienced, right? What has happened with me, and I know I used to, I have to deal with some of those matters. Okay?
Uh-huh.
This business of slavery and reparation, do you have an understanding of the effect of trauma?
Of what?
Of trauma.
The effect of trauma?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. In fact, let me add to it, psychic trauma that one has been subjected to.
I think we have subjected ourselves to a lot of it.
No. Before we do the self-inflicted part,
uh-huh.
There's an element of that is how we reason and how we function.
Uh-huh.
Yes? But before that, the trauma that the persons have suffered on a slavery experience. Not just through one generation, but several generations. Right? And it is has an effect on that body of people, which is quite different from people who have never lived under that sort of condition. So I'm inviting you to discuss this with somebody who's an expert in those areas. So you get that little part of the understanding. Because there's not just one answer to this thing. You see, when you've been subject to human treatment, to relate to it properly, you need to have release. If you're in denial, you're in trouble. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Something is happening out there that you find a difficulty with, and you're saying that it is not happening. You're saying to yourself, or you're behaving in a way that is not happening.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to address it. You accept that it's happening.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Get one of the experts to discuss.
I'll tell you what. Join Mr. Henry. Go on and press and try and get some money out of the British and enjoy it when you get it. If you get it. All right? Thank you very much.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo.
the premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
How you doing?
Not too bad.
Yeah, but you're talking, you're low, man, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll try and talk.
Good.
How about that?
Yes, that's a little bit better.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Do you believe that the Eternal, the Almighty, have anything to do with the affairs of men on earth?
Have anything to do with the affairs of men on earth? Such as what?
Eh?
Like what?
Anything pertaining to the good and welfare of humanity.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Eh?
I'm not an expert on these matters.
You're not an expert on this matter.
No.
But you quote Bible from time to time, then you learn.
You hear me quote Bible?
Yeah.
Where you hear me quote Bible?
You hear me quote Bible sometime, not all the while, sometime. But what I'm asking, do you learn anything from the things you quoted?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That's for you to assess.
But that not put you in a good position.
Uh-huh.
If you are.
Anyway, what is it that you want to say?
I want to talk to you about.
Well, talk me.
The Almighty ruling in the affairs of men.
Uh-huh.
And I ask if you believe
the Almighty rules the affairs of men.
Yes, He rules
Uh-huh.
in the affairs of men.
And determine how things go.
And determine how exactly.
I see.
You don't believe that?
Well, so if Mr. Patterson was Prime Minister of Jamaica for how many years and made a mess of things, it isn't really his fault. It's the Almighty's fault. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Come again. Go back over that here.
I say if Mr. Patterson was Prime Minister of Jamaica for however many years and made a mess of things, it isn't really Mr. Patterson's fault, nor those who got
all right.
with
You want
it.
me to answer you that?
It is the Almighty's fault.
You want an answer for that?
Tell me now.
Eh?
Yes.
The devil is making a lot of havoc in the world today, even more than Mr. Patterson did.
I see.
Is the Almighty's fault?
Well, you tell me. You're the...
No, I'm making comparison based on what you are saying.
But you are telling me that the Almighty rules the affairs of men.
There's a lot of problem in the world today among mankind.
You're telling me that God rules the affairs of men.
Well, I know.
Now, if God rules the affairs of men, and anything goes wrong in the affairs of men, then it is God's fault.
No.
Whose fault is it?
It is man's fault.
Oh? When
what happened?
When God rules,
and
God exercises the power and rules the affairs of men.
Hold on. Let's listen to this.
How does it become the fault of the...
There are two things that confronts mankind where the Almighty is concerned. He has something that is called his divine will and his permissive will. In other words, he allows certain things to happen, but it is not his divine will. His divine will is far different from what his permissive will. Right? Now, the Lord will permit, like how he permits Nebuchadnezzar to take Israel into captivity. He allows it. He allows all different kind of governments to rule from time to time based on what he knows about them. and he allows them to carry it because every man has what is called free moral choice. And if you choose to do what you want to do or the way you want to do it, he will allow you to do it until your time expires. You believe that?
Yes, sir, but hold on a little bit. If man has the right to choose and is able to make his own choices...
You can low again.
I say if man makes his own choices...
Yes.
Then you can't say that God is ruling his affairs.
So if man can make his own choice...
Man chooses to do what he wants to do.
Yes, but he sets before mankind.
All right, sir. You're an expert theologian. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
You have anything else to talk about?
Yeah. Why are you bashing Mr. Mike Henry's proposal?
Why am I bashing it? Because I think it's absurd.
Why?
And I think that there's an element of rudeness to the British Deputy Prime Minister. You know, he wants an apology from him and wants reparations and all kinds of rubbish like this.
But when you stay there and bash Mike, you're not doing any good to the party, man.
Oh? Well, I don't know. I think
because
that I'm not doing any good to what?
The party, because it was our same party, man. And if you are dealing with him that kind of denouncing way, right? Because you just tell him and say, if he wants something, if he can go join Mike. I mean, if you don't agree with where the man are going with them, because you keep quiet and make him carry him and carry him, because if you oppose him like that, you're not setting a good foundation for him.
Well, you know, if you see it happening otherwise, then you must question your premise on which you I say you must question your premise, right?
Upon?
Well, if you see, I'm saying that if you see it happening otherwise, then you must question the premise upon which you base your conclusions.
See what happening all the while.
All right, sir.
No, man, me not finish, you know. You have our next point.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the election is coming up. Do you think the people of Jamaica should make their decision on one side or the other, based on the promises or based on performance?
Well, what do you think?
I think it's based on performance.
Based on performance. And performance, what performance you're talking about here?
How they perform when they are in government.
When they are in government.
The opposition can, in opposition, you can base, not direct, make a proper assessment of man who is opposition because he doesn't have the authority to rule or to do what should be done.
I see.
So you cannot make a proper assessment in opposition and based on the promises or whatever he might make. Neither with the government you make your decision based on the promise then continue making to you. You must watch what they have done over the years since adult suffrage. And look at the period of time that each one of them governs the country, and look at how they perform, how many schools are built, how many hospitals are built, how many clinics they built, how many nurses they train, how many police they train. Those are the things what things that they do for the people in the country to be benefit during their time of office. And when you balance them out now, so then this one does that fun in that period of time, and this one does that in that period of time. You look down through the ages and see how they do, right? Anything that occurred during their regime,
but
you
on
compare it against the other, and then you make a decision.
Sorry.
Do you believe in that?
On that basis, sir, your party wouldn't have much of a chance of being elected.
Listen, me not have no party, you know.
You don't have a party?
No.
No?
You have a party,
I
and
do?
why you talk about you.
I do have a party.
Yes, you do.
I see.
But
all
every
right.
time somebody
you're saying this, I don't know about it. I don't know about that.
You don't know
anyhow,
about that? Come on, man.
Hold on a moment.
Don't tell me which party.
Could I ask you something?
I am not asking
when you look at the performance, the recent performances of the People's National Party in government, in the 1970s, and now in the 1990s.
No, start from there. Start from 55. start from 55.
55.
From 55 to 62.
Okay.
Right? And from 72 to 80.
Uh-huh.
Look at it from that way.
Yeah.
And in the same breath, you look from 44 to 55.
Uh-huh.
And from 62 to 72.
Uh-huh.
And from 80 to 89.
Uh-huh.
Then you balance those periods together. You know, say you do it at a 30. Say you compare it at 30-year lapse. 30 you have this one in office. 30 you have that one. Put it like that way, and make an assessment.
But then that is rubbish, you know.
No, it's rubbish to you. But you think it would be a better way to view both of them.
Hold on. If you do that, right, then I think the Labour Party is going to show a lot better than the People's National Party.
I am not really concerned which one is
but hold on a moment.
On my part,
hold on a moment.
People who are trying to make their choices.
Well, hold on a moment. It cannot be done purely on that basis, right? Because what you're going to find is...
Reasons are?
Well, listen for a moment now. What you're going to be finding is that generations change. Right?
Yeah.
You cannot judge what the Bruce Golding generation of the JLP will do on the basis of what the Bustamante Group in 1944 did.
Right.
Right?
Nor
can you...
What kind of man you are?
What? What?
You make me laugh after you, trust me.
Oh.
Because the same thing you are doing. And you tell me
I'm not doing that.
No. And you tell me you cannot do it in another sense.
No, I'm saying that you cannot do it purely on that basis.
Right? You can't do it purely.
No, what you are suggesting is that to determine whether we should have the PNP or the JLP in the next election, what we must do is go and look at what happened in 1944, which is rubbish.
They govern.
Right?
That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
Look at how they govern in the period, both of them govern the country, and make a comparison. Look at.
But I'm saying that if you go on that basis, the PNP will lose.
I am not interested who will win or who will lose. You know, all I'm asking you is that the people who are making the choices.
I don't think it can be done on that basis. I think you have to look at the current generation of leaderships, and you have to look at what they have done and what they're putting forward, right?
I am talking about, Mutty, what they have done, not what they are promising to do.
No. What they have done.
Right.
If the ones who are in government...
They will do. What they have done will tell what they will do in the future.
Ones who are in government, who have had the opportunity to exercise power and to put into effect what they thought was good for the country or for themselves, they are the ones that you can judge in that way on the basis of their performance. The ones who have been in office over the last 18 years.
Yeah.
Right? Now the opposition has
so how
not
do
been...
you judge the next one now? How do you judge the next one?
Well...
I agree with you. I agree with you fully well that you judge them based on their performance for the last 18 years. Or are you going to have a balanced judgment now? Or are you going to have a balanced judgment now when this one that is coming out, you are going to base on what they are promising to? Or are you going to have a proper assessment? One is on performance and one didn't get the chance to perform.
Yes, well, the other one has not had the chance to do.
So you have to go back to what they did when they were. That's what I'm saying to you.
Well,
look at both.
Well, I think, sir, that if you were to do it that way...
I don't know who will win. I'm not talking who will
I think if you were to do it that way...
I am just asking you.
The Labour Party would win every time.
To make an assessment.
The Labour Party's performance in 1980s was far better than the government's performance in the 1990s.
And I will agree with you. But I'm saying
and its performance in the 1970s, in the 1960s... was far better than the performance in the 1970s.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you don't?
No.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Get more from your money with a Golden Egg deposit account from COK. It pays more than your regular bank account. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
We sell world-class brands like no one else does. We get your vehicle fixed like nobody else can. We sell genuine parts like nobody else. Who are we? KIG, the home of Subaru, Land Rover, Jaguar, and Ford. The home of experienced professionals who know your vehicle inside out. World-class brands, genuine parts, and the very best in service. Come to the experts. KIG. We keep you driving.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello.
Good afternoon. Hi
Good
there.
afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Yes, this is Cleveland.
Who?
Cleveland.
Queensland.
Yes.
Cleveland.
Yes, that's the first name. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but I have a question and a few just comments on the callers and a few issues. First is the airline company.
Yes.
Here in Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
This morning earlier you were speaking about airline companies that's doing excellent worldwide and so forth. I didn't hear you mention Air India.
No, I didn't mention Air India, but that's one of them.
Okay, exactly. Because that is one of the leading company right now in the world.
Uh-huh.
If not the leading company.
Yes. Now,
I've noticed also that the Air India company went bankrupt, or not necessarily bankrupt, sorry. Had a disastrous previous years gone by.
Uh-huh.
And they took the time to turn it around.
Yeah.
Some of the reasons why our country, Jamaica, is not doing and won't do it good as they should is basically because they're not willing to take accountability for anything down here.
Uh-huh.
Whether it's the language or basically laws, just anything, the politicians, everything. Nobody has accountability to anything. And if we continue to do that, how do we expect to make any progress, whether financial or any other way?
That's a good question. But part of the problem of accountability, of course, is the the kleptocracy,
Yes, true, very true.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Like I said, accountability goes through with everything, such as the free education that they're trying to wonder about, or now that other parties are trying to implement it or considering it. These things it is possible. The free healthcare that's provided right now for our 18 and under is that's a drop in the bucket.
It is a drop in the bucket.
These are minuscule things that should have been done well beyond.
Uh-huh.
Our government...
And it is happening only because Mr. Golding went to Parliament and talked about free health care.
Again, I agree because I've heard callers calling and saying Mr. Golden saying this and trying to offer this, and it's all applied due to election promises.
Yes.
It shouldn't take an election promises or apply or whatever for a government that is considering their people to want to see the better of our nation.
Absolutely so.
It is, it's very, it's so saddening to see the direction of our government. And saying these are, by the way, the governments are not locked away like most of us here who cannot travel or don't have the access to travel abroad. So they travel, they read, they have internet, they have all sorts of multiple media worldwide to access information and to obtain information. And they're not taking advantage of the situation in the proper content. They're using it for entertainment or their own personal goal, in my opinion.
Incidentally, I gather that persons are going around to campaign meetings in a helicopter.
That's true. I personally saw one flew over my parish.
Oh, is that so? Now, the question in my mind is, who is it that is paying for that?
Me. And incidentally, if someone has a dispute about even what I'm saying, or even to imply that what I'm saying right now is politically motivated, I don't particularly care because I'm living here for the
How can somebody be going to party political campaign meetings in a helicopter that the public of Jamaica is bearing the cost of?
Reasons why one would want to do something like that is maybe because they didn't fix the roads, or their agenda is are mixed up or warped, so that they can't realize that in order for me to provide facilities, I better do this. Or are they fully acknowledge what they've done, and their way of getting around it is, hey, why not just take an helicopter? It'll get us there 100 times faster. Just to mention, one of the callers also indicate that we don't have any, we didn't have any people who fought for this country. I don't really agree with that, because heroes like Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle, Nani, along many others, have donated their lives for freedom. It is us, the current generation and previous generations, have not contributed to a positive and a much better Jamaica while we're currently in this condition.
Yes.
So it's not just that there was lack of true leaders or leadership. And we are not going to produce any true leaders and leaderships right now if we don't have an education. Bring you right back to the first point. Free education. Open up your minds, Jamaica, because we need it. If we don't educate ourselves, we can't expect to go anywhere further.
That's quite true.
We have no competition in the world. Like I said, I haven't lived here for 30-odd years, nearly 40 years. And I've moved back here now, in the last 3.5 to 4 years. And it's a big, sad mistake.
You think so?
Of course I think so. I know so because I'm currently feeling it. Tax, I pay it. The amount of tax I paid to come back to this country, and the more I paid, is almost what I've earned in other countries. I've paid out. Nowhere in the world, like I said, I've lived abroad, elsewhere, and people live there, and they migrate from other country, and they don't come there to go backwards.
And when you pay taxes in other countries, you see what you're getting for it.
Of course. Hey, the country I was living in, we have street lights not even 30 yards apart.
Yeah.
The distance that they're apart is so close. Okay? The streets, the lights, right now in my home, I have lights in the house that even just yesterday when it was raining, the place is dark. I turned the lights on. It felt different because I never used the lights. With the country that I lived in the last 30 years and worked, I paid nearly 25% of my earnings in tax. And believe in me, I've never run out of water. I live there. I've never run out of electricity. I've never go to take public transportation and it wasn't available, whether it's a snowstorm out there or not. The roads are very clean. If I have a visitor from another country come and visit me, I don't feel discomfort, whether it's my neighborhood or or the country I'm in. You know, those are where my tax dollars went, and I saw it. And if I have a problem with how it's spent, I can voice my opinion and not fear of any threat or being ridiculed because I voice my opinion on how my tax dollars is being spent. So those are things that Jamaicans need to widen their eyes and know about.
Yes.
You know, your last caller also mentioned that they should look at performances in government, who's in current government in power. Those are very minute because you cannot use just performance in order to establish where one is, who's going to go into power and do what they're doing.
Yes.
If you use that, you're missing a big part of the pie. You need to use multiple tools, multiple access of information and stuff. And currently, we're not getting that too. We only get a few radio shows such as this one and a few television broadcasts or some information. Because even when you call one of the constituency office, the person that answers the phone cannot give you any information. They're either afraid to talk or they don't know how to talk. In other words, please do not answer my phone if you cannot relate or know what your position or what you should be giving the person that contacting the offices.
Yes.
It's like running a business, and you know the first person you meet in the company, you ask for a direction, and they I don't know. Let me get somebody for you that can do it. Oh, and they try to find somebody, and it takes them an hour. Now, I cannot have a person like that representing me, or I don't want to invest in that person. It's going to cost me. That's why we're in the costly situation we are right now. So, in other words, you know, Jamaican, if you don't open your eyes, and if people don't open their eyes and choose that, you know, look at their needs, look at what's necessary. Like I said, worldwide, we don't have to live in the condition we're living. We choose to live this way because most of you down here are being denied an education. And the politicians are aware of that. Because if you're educated, you will not have them do what they're doing. They need to be, whether they're a politician or police, they need to be accountable for what they're doing.
And they don't like accountability.
Well, I don't care if they don't like it. They need to. Lawyers, you know, are being treated so, you know, I can't even explain. I mean, they're God down here.
Yeah.
You have people down here, you know, who, you know, it is beyond, you know. Another issue I heard you mention this morning is regarding that case. I forget the gentleman in Miami, Florida, I believe. There was a situation there about I think the prosecutor had a bankruptcy claim. Am I correct? Yeah, okay.
The judge.
The judge.
Here in Jamaica.
Right, here in Jamaica. Now, in my understanding, in the country that I've lived in, and which is North America, and I've lived other places, or visited other places, when you claim bankruptcy, and this should be actually mentioned, the reason I'm mentioning is because if you claim bankruptcy in one of these developing countries, you cannot work in a financial institution. You're denied employment. You also not only denied employment, you cannot work in any other types of financial, whether it's selling mutual stocks, banks, life insurance, whatever it is. Because if you cannot, they look at part of their reasoning behind it is, if you cannot manage your own, how are you going to go forward and manage other companies' assets? You know, the bankruptcy is it's important. You don't hide something like that. And, you know, it's part of your prerequisite in order for your next position or employment. Hide it all you want. Once it is revealed, I think, yes, you should be, you know, terminated and removed, whatever it takes. So this type of bureaucracy that continues to happen in Jamaica is only happening here because, again, no accountability. Who are they going to run to now and cry and say, Mommy or Daddy, this is what's happening? You know, oh, I'm going to go over there and talk to the neighbors. No, it doesn't work like that. We need to have accountability in.
I entirely agree with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All the best to you. We take the break. We come back shortly.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
When it comes to
Bang Foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Not too bad.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Are you aware, see,
Uh-huh.
of a lot of some of these government agencies are making a lot of money of poor people of this country?
From the poor people of the country?
Yeah, take for instance, the RGD.
Uh-huh.
Like I for myself, you go to RGD and you made a 7-year service.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And at the end of 7 years, you don't get whether your birth certificate or whatever,
uh-huh.
and you'll call them. And that will continue for as much as 2 months, sometimes 6 months.
Uh-huh.
And you will never, ever get back that refund for the 7 years.
Yes, uh-huh.
Because what it takes you to get back that $500 or $1,000, you would spend more.
Trying to get it back?
Trying to get it back.
Yes.
And what I cannot understand, I have heard Miss Holness from time to time. She comes on your program. And how she speaks is like everything is just hunky-dory and everything is okay.
Yes.
But there's a lot of a difference when you have to deal with them.
Uh-huh.
The impression that the public is getting. It is not so. They have one telephone line, and when you call, they put you onto this one, and they put you onto another one, and then all of a sudden, that line hang up on you,
uh-huh.
and you would try to call for the rest of the day, and nobody seem to regard you. I don't know what is going on. It seems as if down there, it just run by itself.
Yes.
And I cannot understand how she's coming on program and she making everything look so good.
And what is more, when you go back and tell them you haven't got it, they tell you that
you have to pay another money for a search.
Yes, for a search or for something.
And at the end of the day, sometimes they tell you as much as it going to cost this, and if you don't have your head on your body or strong will, you end up pay what you don't have.
Yeah.
And what I realize is not only RGD is doing this, Transport Authority is doing it also.
Yes, sir, there's something seriously wrong there.
Yeah.
Because they're taking the applications for renewal of licenses.
Oh, yes.
From taxi operators.
Yeah.
They give them a 30-day receipt.
30-day receipt.
Now, one might have expected, therefore, that they would have got the renewed license
within 30 days.
Within the 30 days.
Yeah.
But no, they don't.
No.
So what are they expecting?
At the end
that
of
this
the 30
man
days.
who makes his living driving a taxi is going to park his taxi and starve until they are ready to provide him with a license?
Yeah.
And if he continues running the taxi to make a living, the police come down on him,
and the transport
take away his taxi, fine him a whole heap of money, right? And that is considered right?
Because after the end of that 30 days, it only stop working. And when you see that Transport Authority personnel out there, along with that policeman, and when they take your papers and find out that you don't have your road license yet,
yes.
Once they put that car on a police record and send it to the pound, you are going to pay $7,000 for that record fee.
Yes.
And you are going to go to the court and you are going to pay $15,000 for running
without a road license.
Now, I cannot see how the government really sit back and really just make these things happening. It's just like taking money and a false pretend.
Yes.
From Jamaicans.
Yes.
I cannot see it. And until we reach somewhere where we have a government who think about us, think about the people. Let me tell you something. We're not going to reach anywhere. And I think we as Jamaicans, we cause a lot of these things upon ourselves.
Yes, well.
Yeah, we cause a lot of these things on ourselves. Because, you see, that is one of the reasons why the corruption will not stop. And it can't stop. You know what I mean? Because a man out there and a man have him vehicle waiting on a license renewal and a policeman pull him over and him know if him go to the court, him go and pay $15,000. So what it forced that man to do, is to give a policeman a bribe of $3,000 or $5,000 because him know him go and pay $15,000, which is not right. But he is forced to do it.
Yes.
We can't.
In order to be able to have his car to be able to put some food on his table. Yes.
Is what he lived off,
Yes.
We do a thing by it's time for us to
crookedness is deeply embedded in this country.
Really wake up and smell the coffee.
Yes, indeed.
Only about we wake up, but we still
we're not
smelling the coffee at all, I think.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
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 Good day, Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, do you know how the Bank of England came about?
The Bank of England?
Yeah.
How did it come about?
No, I'm just asking you. I'm thinking you're more informed as to how it came about.
Well, Bank of England is a central bank. I don't know really too much about the history of it.
I would like you to find out the history of it and come and tell the Jamaican people who
All right.
are really interested about slavery and the Bank of England contribution to slavery, to come and tell them how the Bank of England came about. It came about as a central bank to govern the banks that were involved in slavery. And does the Bank of England fund
the banks that it was going to govern?
To protect colonies.
Hold on. The banks that it was going to govern, as you say, they were the banks involved in slavery.
Barclays and a few other banks.
They did nothing else but finance slavery.
I wouldn't care less what they did other than I'm talking about slavery. Should I then incorporate other things that they have done?
Yes,
they
sir.
came about based on sailors in the sea were traveling for 18 months
hold on,
and
sir.
wanted money, merchants,
Hold on a moment.
slavery.
Let me point out something to you, see. It's been a long time since we were slaves.
Just like the Jews were been a long time, they were persecuted.
But the Jews have been persecuted for over 2,000 years.
Let me ask you one
But
thing. Mr. Perkins.
hold on a minute.
Go ahead.
Hold on a minute. It's been a long time since we have not been slaves, right? And or at any rate, in the formal sense of the word. And we have been free.
So
What have we done with our freedom?
I wish not to speak about. I wish to stay on the issue of what slavery, the contribution of slavery and the development of England. Where 4 towns in Liverpool and North Wales and all those towns were built based on the backs of Jamaican slavery.
I don't believe that
The
is
biggest
true.
quarry. Go to Google it and put slavery, the contribution of slavery to England. The biggest industry quarry in North Wales were built by Jamaican contribution, the money that came from Jamaican.
From Jamaica.
Slavery to England.
I don't know who put that on. I don't know who put that on the internet.
Solely to look over the institution that used to fund slavery. The Bank of England, Mr. Perkins, is a bank that was built also to fund a lot of wars throughout the world to protect their slavery rights, to build England. You must search these things. You must do these things and come back and tell. This country was
All right,
built
sir. Thank you very
solely
much.
based on slavery.
All the best to you. Okay, we're going to read some email.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, can you tell me, now that we have free hospital health care for our children up to the age of 18 years old, can you say whether this covers teenagers pre- and postnatal care? In the view of our high rate of teenage pregnancy.
Whether this will include prenatal care?
Yes. When teenagers get pregnant, will it cover their pregnancy fees and maternity fees?
Oh, is it teenagers?
Yes.
Well,
under 18.
Yes,
in view of our teenage
I
pregnancy.
imagine so. Yes. So there will be an incentive in getting pregnant?
Not really. That's not what they call the person saying. They're just asking whether it will cover that.
But if you get pregnant at what is it, 16? Then it will cost you less to have that child.
It shouldn't cost you anything.
If you waited until you were 19.
It shouldn't cost you anything. Hi, Mr. P. Good morning. Not in hospital fees anyway. Hi, Mr. P. Good morning. Did you hear that the cricket stadium in Trelawney, where the big cricket opening was held, is now a cow pasture?
Cow pasture, yes.
I heard that the NHG does not want any part of it, where, as far as maintenance is concerned, although it is built on NHG land. Mr. Perkins, they cannot use our hard-working NHG money to maintain a place that is earning no money. Can you imagine the waste? Look at our roads and our education system and our health. What a waste of $9 billion.
Yes, well.
Then they have gone to fix up roads in Mr. Hutchinson's constituency in St. Elizabeth and many others. Mr. Dean Peart said over the weekend when he walked around in Mr. Hutchinson's constituency and looked at the conditions of the road, he's so ashamed. He's saying that the people should vote him out and put in a PNP candidate. Now, Mr. Perkins, we all know that when one government is in power, they penalize the other government constituency. Mr. Peart and Mr. Azan's constituency are fixed up with roads that they are proud of. But many others that their government are supposed to look after, they are ashamed to walk around them. They are in a deplorable condition. Is this fair?
Well, good question. Is it fair not just to the MPs, but fair to the people who live in the constituencies? We take a break. We come back in a few minutes.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon, look for widespread showers and thunderstorms over most parishes. Tonight will be partly cloudy. Tuesday and Wednesday, look for cloudy to overcast conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Thursday is expected to be partly cloudy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Hey, new card from cable and wireless. You get more talk time and it wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard, just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Yo, get one get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. New cable and wireless card. Name just talk. So go get one. Conditions apply. Testing 1 3. Use it for any phone and every phone. Down it.
This segment of Business Online is brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Total imports for the first 2 months of 2007 amounted to US $972 million. This represents a 4.3% increase on the corresponding period in 2006. Mineral fuels still dominates the import bill with a value of $262.3 million US dollars, or 27% of total imports. Exports were valued at US $347.2 million, a growth of 16.7% over the corresponding 2 months in 2006. The trade deficit at the end of February was $628 million US dollars, representing a marginal decline over the same period last year. Sagicor Financial Corporation, the parent company of Life of Jamaica, recorded impressive net profits for the first quarter of 2007. Profits for the period under review jumped by 22.5% when compared to the corresponding period in 2006 to register 32.2 million Barbados dollars. Profit growth was driven by approximately 8% growth in net premiums, while net investment income climbed by just over 13%. The Jamaica dollar gained 1 cent today. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.17 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambio market. There was a light demand in the market for US dollars. The stock market traded flat today. Of the 8 stocks advanced, 8 declined and 8 stocks traded firm. The total volume was 4.1 million units. Cable and Wireless was the volume leader, trading 3.2 million units, followed by National Commercial Bank and Daring Bunting and Golding. The day's main winners were Supreme Ventures, up 5% to close at $2.10. Cable and Wireless was up by 3.3% to close at 93 cents, while Denon Geddes rose by 2.1% to close at $7.15. The day's two decliners were Jamaica Pegasus, down 8.3% to close at $11. Hardware and Lumber down 6.6% to close at $15.50, and National Commercial Bank lost 4.7% to close at $20. The JC Index declined by 264 points to close at 89,633.91 points. Our advice is brought to us today by Scotia Jamaica Life Insurance Company. How much are you worth? How much do you want to be worth tomorrow? To determine your net worth, simply add up all your assets, then subtract from that figure all your liabilities. That's how much you're worth, your net worth. A Scotiabank policy will increase your assets and help you build real wealth over time. Don't hide from reality. Check your net worth now. Whether it is positive or negative, a Scotiabank policy will improve it for you. Scotiabank, bringing goals to life. For more information, contact a Scotia Insurance Advisor at 922-3765. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need information, you can call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262, or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com, or you may visit our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Segment of Business Online was brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
You know, Cliff, Jamaica is a very strange place.
Too strange.
In this country, the car one drives, the house one lives in, the kinds of clothes you wear, and even your cell phone is an indicator of how wealthy you are.
Wrong, though.
I would think so, because I can wear jeans, and I can wear a T-shirt, and I can be worth millions and millions of dollars.
Very true. Because the people in banking tell us that your net worth is your true state of wealth.
Whether your net worth is positive or negative, a Scotiabank policy will improve it for you. Open a Scotiabank policy, build your net worth, and watch your assets grow. Call 1-888-GO-SJLIC or visit your nearest Scotiabank branch for further details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we're going to read some more email for you.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Dear Marty, I'm sending you this email about... I'm reading from the mail. Dear Marty, I'm sending you this email. It's a CNN news clip about the Japanese Minister of Government who hung himself. He was found hanging in his apartment. Toshikatsu Matsuoka was to face questioning over suspicious bookkeeping. He was found hanging in the apartment he occupied at so-and-so with a suicide note, according to media reports. Masuoka's death comes just ahead of upper house elections as a supporter of Minister Shinzo Abe's cabinet is plunging. Looking shaking after visiting the hospital where Matsuoka died, the minister said that Matsuoka had been under intense questioning in Parliament, but he continued to be a useful member of cabinet. Matsuoka faced heavy criticism over a scandal involving suspicious bookkeeping practices in his office. He was under fire for allegedly claiming more than $236,600 in utility fees for his rented parliamentary office. He hung himself.
Yes, that is not untypical of Japan. People obligation is the strongest of, people have obligations, and if you default on your obligations, according to the old, I've forgotten the terminologies, but
adage?
No, there's a military tradition in Japan. When I say military, it was what's it called?
Harikari?
No. Well, harikari is the suicide, yes.
Mm-hmm. Obligation.
But obligation, no, is obligation, and if you violate your obligations, the only honorable thing to do is to die. There's a story told about anyway, I'm consuming too much time. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hamati, as I listened to that letter concerning the state of education in Barbados, which is free, for some time now I have been saddened by opposition out here at home. As currently every 3 months I have to find $36,500 for school fees for my son in the kindergarten. He attends a prominent prep school in Kingston and was recently advised that it will increase to $40,500 for the upcoming Christmas term.
Yes.
Please note that this fee does not cover other extracurricular activities such as books, lunch, etc. On average, this may result in an excess of $50,000 per term using the current fees. Mr. Perkins, it is not easy for us out here.
No.
So I will be one of the proponents for free education, provided it is well structured in a way that the best teachers are recruited and the ratio of student to teacher is reasonable. In other words, no overcrowding in schools.
Yes, well, I suppose we'll hear in a moment that we'll be having free education for children under 18.
Mr. Perkins, I don't know why you bothered going round and round with that man about income tax refunds this morning. I was in the PAYE system, and I know if you pay up this year to December and you leave in December, there's no refund. You get except in cases where there's an allowance for uniform or other things, and they have taken out more than you were due to pay, then you get a refund. But Mr. Perkins, it's worse than pulling teeth. You wait years to get that refund, so you can put it down to nil. I am not saying that some people have not been lucky, but I'm a pensioner now, and I can tell you, even on my savings, I have to pay tax. After a certain amount of allowance,
yes,
I have to pay income tax, and there's no refund on that.
Yes. We take a break.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah about?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
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 Yeah, hello?
Yes?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, I think I was cut off a while ago when you was going to read some email. I would love to read a little thing on the Bank of England for you. Can I?
On the what?
About the Bank of England for you. It said the Bank of England was stable. The Bank of England stabilized the national finance and enabled the state to wage major war for the 18th century. These wars were aimed to securing and safeguarding overseas possession, including the slave colonies, and to finance the military and naval means to protect the Atlantic slave routes and plantation economics.
Yes.
You find out how the Bank of England came about? You heard about you heard about
No, sir, I haven't found out how it came about.
You heard about Lloyd's?
Anyway, well, we talked about this already.
You heard about Lloyd's?
Lloyd's?
Yeah.
What about it?
Lloyd's emerged in the way of had links to the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
Barclays, you know about Barclays?
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Well, you're doing much better than me as usual.
That what?
You're doing much better than me.
No, man, that's not true.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm not. You can say you're not too bad. I'm very bad.
Oh? Why?
I'm still sucking the salt through the wooden spoon. So what I see, a little glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. You know? I see. But, you know...
You see a little glimmer of hope?
Yeah.
I wonder what about. Anyway.
I mean, I can see the Jamaican people warming up to the change. So a change in government.
Oh, you think so?
So I'm saying that a change in government would bring some hope. We can't get much worse off than we have been for the past 18 years.
Well, yes, I suppose that there's some truth in that. If you go back to what has been happening in the last 18 years, then there could be very little hope for, any quick improvement. But
yeah, the other day I was trying to get you to comment on a comment that I heard that Time of the Month made.
You comment on what?
And a comment that Time of the Month made.
Yes.
When he was in St. Elizabeth.
What did he say?
He said he was driving for 2 hours and didn't notice one single pothole. Or didn't encounter a single pothole on the road.
Oh, is that so?
In St. Elizabeth.
In 2 hours?
For over 2 hours.
Oh.
And didn't encounter a single pothole.
Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering if his new mode of transport is a hovercraft.
Well, I tell you something. There is a road, you see, leading from, well, let us say now, from Porus.
Yeah.
Right? Coming up to Mandeville. Right?
Yeah.
And then turning towards, what's the name of the hill there? Going down towards, oh gosh, when you're going down towards St. Elizabeth, right?
Yeah.
That road all the way down from Mandeville to Black River. That was constructed back, I think, in the 1950s sometime, early in the 50s, right?
Yeah.
And was exceedingly well done. I don't know whether Spurtree Hill, yes, Spurtree. I don't know whether that would have taken him 2 hours.
I don't think.
But the only potholes I think on that road is where they dug it up and didn't sort of
put in run pipeline
fix
and
it
stuff
properly,
like
or that kind of thing,
Yeah. But Mr. Perkins, I don't think that was the road that he was on.
Which one was he on?
He was in the constituency that Kern Spencer is going to run now.
Oh!
Roger Clark Farmer constituency.
Oh yes.
Right, and he said that he didn't
encounter
a single pothole.
Eh?
He said that he didn't encounter a single pothole.
No potholes?
No potholes.
Oh Lord.
Pothole free.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, but we have to remember
I gather Mr. Azan's constituency is probably pothole free too.
Well, not all of it, I've been through there.
Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Especially a road leading into Frankfield. It's not in a wonderful condition. It's not in a wonderful condition at all. But, Mr. Perkins is the same one that said that entire Jamaica would be pothole free by
2003, yes.
Right?
Uh-huh.
and
then we had pothole galore by 2004.
But, Mr. Perkins, nothing that comes out of the mouth of those people on the side of the government can be taken too seriously.
You mean their promises?
Not just the promises, but the things that they claim to be achievements.
Yes.
Right? Like they're saying that Jamaica is poised for takeoff.
Yes, indeed.
But it has been...
But the greatest one of that, of those, was the paper that was published in 2006, right? The new industrial policy. Jamaica was going to grow at an average 6% per annum.
Yeah.
As of 2006.
Yeah.
And by 2010, we would have reached the per capita income that Barbados had enjoyed in 1995.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Now, I don't think Jamaica has cumulatively grown 6% since that paper promise was published.
I doubt if Jamaica has grown 6% since the PNP has been in office. And they have been in office for 18 years. Mr. Perkins. So,
well,
I don't know where they come from with this. And
well,
you have the Planning Institute coming out with all these type of things.
Yes.
Yeah, you really seriously have to question.
Well, their mantra is, if you can't make it,
fake it.
Fake it.
But
you can't just sit down and throw up your hand.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And they're good at spinning.
Oh, you're
Very good at
superb.
spinning. And they have a lot of people in the spinning department. It's a pity they can't loan some of the spinners to the West Indies team because they really need them.
They could use a few of them.
But you notice the polls, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Oh, you have two polls coming out and both of them saying completely different things.
Well, not surprising.
One of them has to be incorrect.
Eh?
One of them has to be incorrect.
Possibly both. Very likely both. But they're not two, they're three now.
Oh, yeah, the one from Don Anderson as well.
Well, there's Don Anderson.
Yeah.
And there is
St. Lucia man.
St. Lucia man.
Right.
And there is Mr. 9%.
Well, you know what I find interesting? The same St. Lucia man, Mr. Perkins, him do have a track record of accuracy, though.
A what?
He doesn't have a track record of accuracy. So how can he support
but you are wrong to be expecting him to have a track record of accuracy. I mean, polls, first of all, the polls, any pollster that tells you that his poll is predicting something, right? Tell him he's a liar.
Right.
Right?
That's true.
The polls cannot predict.
Right. Because poll is just a snapshot of...
Yes, the poll can, at best, at the very best, you could hope that the poll would tell you what would have happened on the day that poll was done.
Right.
Right? If people had been called to vote, for example. Right? But the poll can't predict what will happen in 2 weeks' time. Because people can change their minds.
Right.
All kinds of things can happen to cause them to change their minds.
That's
right?
True.
Now, but in any event, when a pollster tells you what people were thinking 2 weeks ago, right?
Right.
How do we know that is true? We have no means of knowing.
That's true.
Right?
And I mean, you can go based on the evidence.
Yes.
I mean, in 2002...
Now, what the pollster can do very effectively, if he somehow contrives to give himself a reputation, right? Then he can tell you that Party X is in front by 20 points.
Right.
Well, if you were going to vote for Party Y, then you don't bother go outside into the rain and all that, go get yourself wet.
Right.
You lay down in your bed at home.
But you know, 2002...
Right? Because it's hopeless.
2002 is just bears the truth of that statement. You know,
yes, I think so.
Bill Johnson predicted a 15% lead for the PMP. Right? And
yes.
it turned off a lot of people didn't bother to go out and face the rain to
yes.
vote.
And then there was Mr. 9% the day before the election.
And the PMP actually won by, 3 or
4%.
4%.
Yes.
Right? And you see the drastic difference between what they're predicting and what they actually went and the result at the end of the day. The same thing in St. Lucia, it went and run off his mouth at the landslide for the government. They're going to win 14 out of 17 seats.
Yes.
Right? And the Bailey won 6. The government actually... No, it wasn't 6. Yeah, they won 6. The opposition won 11 and the government won 6.
The polls are more propaganda than anything else.
Yeah, it's just straight propaganda. And then this man is actually contracted to the government. He's doing a number of polls for the government. Who in the right mind going to expect him to come out and predict something saying the government going to lose? He would be boxing food out of his mouth.
Well, you know. Anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is that it now? Well, that's about it. The end of our time for today. But hopefully we'll be back tomorrow, usual time, usual place, and we look forward to your company then. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.